Section 28 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 31. Henry II, 1547 to 1559, Part 2. It was not long coming. At the close of 1551, a deputation of the Protestant princes of Germany came to Fontainebleau to ask for the king's support against the aggressive and persecuting despotism of Charles V. The Count of Nassau made a speech, "very long," says Vieilleville in his Memoires, at the same time that it was in very elegant language, whereby all the presents received very great contentment. Next day the king put the demand before his council for consideration, and expressed at the very outset his own opinion that, "in the present state of affairs, he ought not to take up any enterprise, but leave his subjects of all conditions to rest, for generally," said he, "all have suffered and do suffer when armies pass and repass so often through my kingdom, which cannot be done without pitiable oppression and trampling down of the poor people." The constable, "without respect of persons," says Vieilleville, following his custom of not giving way to anybody, forthwith began to speak, saying that the king, who asked counsel of them, had very plainly given it them himself, and made them very clearly to understand his own idea, which ought to be followed point by point without any gainsaying, he having said nothing but what was most equitable and well known to the company." Nearly all the members of the council gave in their adhesion, without comment, to the opinion of the king and the constable. "But when it came to the turn of M. de Vieilleville, who had adopted the language of the court of Nassau," he unhesitatingly expressed a contrary opinion, unfolding all the reasons which the king had for being distrustful of the emperor, and for not letting this chance of enfeebling him slip by. "May it please your Majesty," said he, "to remember his late passage through France, to obtain which the emperor submitted to carte blanche. Nevertheless, when he was well out of the kingdom, he laughed at all his promises, and when he found himself inside Cambrai, he said to the Prince of Infantado, 'Let not the King of France, if he be wise, put himself at my mercy, as I have been at his, for I swear by the living God that he shall not be quit for Burgundy and Champagne, but I would also insist upon Picardy and the key of the road to the Bastille of Paris, unless he were minded to lose his life or be confined in perpetual imprisonment until the whole of my wish were accomplished.' Since thus it is, sir, and the emperor makes war upon you covertly, it must be made upon him overtly, without concealing one's game or dissimulating at all. No excuses must be allowed on the score of neediness, for France is inexhaustible, if only by voluntary loans raised on the most comfortable classes of the realm. As for me, I consider myself one of the poorest of the company, or at any rate one of the least comfortable, but yet I have some 15,000 francs worth of plate, dinner, and dessert, white and red, silver and gold, which I hereby offer to place in the hands of whomsoever you shall appoint, in order to contribute to the expenses of so laudable an enterprise as this. Putting off, moreover, for the present, the communication to you of a certain secret matter which one of the chiefs of this embassy hath told me, and I am certain that when you have discovered it, you will employ all your might and means to carry out that which I propose to you." The king asked Vieilleville what this secret matter was which he was keeping back. "If it please your Majesty to withdraw apart, I will tell it you," said Vieilleville. All the council rose, and Vieilleville, approaching his Majesty, who called the constable only to his side, said, "Sir, you are well aware how the emperor got himself possessed of the imperial cities of Cambrai, Utrecht, and Liege, which he has incorporated with his own countship of Flanders, to the great detriment of the whole of Germany. The electoral princes of the Holy Empire have discovered that he has a project in his mind of doing just the same with the imperial cities of Metz, Strasbourg, Toul, Verdun, and such other towns on the Rhine as he shall be able to get hold of. they have secretly adopted the idea of throwing themselves upon your resources, without which they cannot stop this detestable design, which would be the total ruin of the empire and a manifest loss to your kingdom. Wherefore, take possession of the said towns, since opportunity offers, which will be about 40 leagues of country gained without the loss of a single man, and an impregnable rampart for Champagne and Picardy, and besides a fine and perfectly open road into the heart of the duchy of Luxembourg and the districts below it as far as Brussels." However pacific the king's first words had been, and whatever was the influence of the constable, the proposal of Vieilleville had a great effect upon the council. The king showed great readiness to adopt it. "I think," said he to the constable, "that I was inspired of God when I created Vieilleville of my council to day." "I only gave the opinion I did," replied Montmorency, "in order to support the king's sentiments. Let your Majesty give what orders you please." The king loudly proclaimed his resolve. "Then let every one," he said, "be ready at an early date, with equipment according to his ability and means, to follow me, hoping, with God's help, that all will go well for the discomfiture of so pernicious a foe of my kingdom and nation, and one who revels and delights in tormenting all manner of folks without regard for any." There was a general enthusiasm. The place of meeting for the army was appointed at Chalons-sur-Marne, March 10, 1552. More than 1,000 gentlemen flocked thither as volunteers. Peasants and mechanics from Champagne and Picardy joined them. The war was popular. "The majority of the soldiers," says Rabutin, a contemporary chronicler, "were young men whose brains were on fire." Francis de Guise and Gaspard de Coligny were their chief leaders. The king entered Lorraine from Champagne by Joinville, the ordinary residence of the Dukes of Guise. He carried Pont a Mousson. Toul opened its gates to him on the 13th of April. He occupied Nancy on the 14th, and on the 18th he entered Metz, not without some hesitation amongst a portion of the inhabitants and the necessity of a certain show of military force on the part of the leaders of the royal army. The king would have given the command of this important place to Vieilleville, but he refused it, saying, "I humbly thank your Majesty, but I do not think that you should establish in Metz any governor in your own name, but leave that duty to the mayor and sheriffs of the city, under whose orders the 8 captains of the old train bands who will remain there with their companies will be." "How say you?" said the king. "Can I leave a foreign lieutenant in a foreign country, whose oath of fidelity I have only had within the last 24 hours, and with all the difficulties and disputes in the world to meet too?" "Sir," rejoined Vieilleville, "to fear that this master sheriff, whose name is Talange, might possibly do you a bad turn, is to wrongly estimate his own competence, who never put his nose anywhere but into a bar parlor to drink himself drunk; and it is also to show distrust of the excellent means you have for preventing all the ruses and artifices that might be invented to throw your service into confusion." The king acquiesced, but not without anxiety, in Vieilleville's refusal, and, leaving at Metz as governor a relative of the constable's, whom the latter warmly recommended to him, he set out on the 22d of April, 1552, with all his household, to go and attempt in Alsace the same process that he had already carried out in Lorraine. "But when we had entered upon the territory of Germany," says Vieilleville, "our Frenchmen at once showed their insolence in their very first quarters, which so alarmed all the rest that we never found from that moment a single man to speak to, and as long as the expedition lasted, there never appeared a soul with his provisions to sell on the road, whereby the army suffered infinite privations. This misfortune began with us at the approach to Saverne or Zabern, the episcopal residence of Strasbourg." When the king arrived before Strasbourg, he found the gates closed, and the only offer to open them was on the condition that he should enter alone with 40 persons for his whole suite. The constable, having taken a rash fit, was of opinion that he should enter even on this condition. This advice was considered by his Majesty to be very sound, as well as by the princes and lords who were about him, according to the natural tendency of the Frenchman, who is always for seconding and applauding what is said by the great. But Vieilleville, on being summoned to the king's quarters, opposed it strongly. "Sir," said he, "break this purpose, for in carrying it out you are in danger of incurring some very evil and very shameful fate; and should that happen, what will become of your army, which will be left without head, prince, or captain, and in a strange country, wherein we are already looked upon with ill will because of our insolence and indiscretions? As for me, I am off again to my quarters to quaff and laugh with my 200 men at arms, in readiness to march when your standard is afield, but not thither." Nothing has a greater effect upon weak and undecided minds than the firm language of men resolved to do as they say. The king gave up the idea of entering Strasbourg, and retired well pleased nevertheless, for he was in possession of Metz, Toul, Verdun, and Pont a Mousson, the keys for France into Germany, and at the head of an army under young commanders who were enterprising without being blindly rash. Charles V. also had to know what necessity was, and to submit to it, without renouncing the totality of his designs. On the 2d of August, 1552, he signed at Passau, with the Protestant princes, the celebrated treaty known under the name of "Treaty of Public Peace," which referred the great questions of German pacification to a general diet to be assembled in 6 months, and declared that, pending definitive conciliation, the two religions should be on an equal footing in the empire, that is, that the princes and free towns should have the supreme regulation of religious matters amongst themselves. Charles V. thus recovered full liberty of action in his relations with France, and could no longer think of anything but how to recover the important towns he had lost in Lorraine. Henry II., on the other hand, who was asked by his Protestant allies on what conditions he would accept the peace of Passau, replied that at no price would he dispossess himself of the 3 bishoprics of Lorraine, and that he would, for his part, continue the contest he had undertaken for the liberation of Germany. The siege of Metz then became the great question of the day. Charles V. made all his preparations to conduct it on an immense scale, and Henry II. immediately ordered Francis de Guise to go and defend his new conquest at all hazards. Ambition which is really great accepts with joy great perils fraught with great opportunities. Guise wrote to Henry II.'s favorite, Diana de Poitiers, Duchess of Valentinois, to thank her for having helped to obtain for him this favor, which was about to bring him "to the emperor's very beard." He set out at once, first of all to Toul, where the plague prevailed, and where he wished to hurry on the repair of the ramparts. Money was wanting to pay the working corps, and he himself advanced the necessary sum. On arriving at Metz on the 17th of August, 1552, he found there only 12 companies of infantry, new levies, and every evening he drilled them himself in front of his quarters. A host of volunteers, great lords, simple gentlemen, and rich and brave burgesses soon came to him, "eager to aid him in repelling the greatest and most powerful effort ever made by the emperor against their country and their king." This concourse of warriors, the majority of them well known and several of them distinguished, redoubled the confidence and ardor of the rank and file in the army. We find, under the title of Chanson faite en 1552 par un soldat étant à Metz en garrison, this couplet: "My Lord of Guise is here at home, with many a noble at his side, with the 2 children of Vendome, with bold Nemours in all his pride, and Strozzi, too, a warrior tried, who ceases not by night or day around the city walls to stride, and strengthen Metz in every way." Peter Strozzi, "the man in all the world," says Brantome, "who could best arrange and order battles and battalions, and could best post them to his advantage." To put into condition the tottering fortifications of Metz, and to have the place well supplied, was the first task undertaken by its indefatigable governor. He never ceased to meet the calls upon him, either in person or in purse. He was seen directing the workmen, taking his meals with them, and setting them a good example by carrying the hod for several hours. He frequently went out on horseback to reconnoitre the country, visit the points of approach and lodgment that the enemy might make use of around the town, and take measures of precaution at the places whereby they might do harm, as well as at those where it would be not only advantageous for the French to make sallies or to set ambuscades, but also to secure a retreat. Charles V., naturally slow as he was in his operations no less than in his resolves, gave the activity of Guise time to bear fruit. "I mean to batter the town of Metz in such style as to knock it about the ears of M. de Guise," said he at the end of August, 1552, "and I make small account of the other places that the king may have beyond that." On the 15th of September following, Charles was still 15 leagues from Metz, on the territory of Deux Ponts, and it was only on the 19th of October that the Duke of Alba, his captain general, arrived with 24,000 men, the advance guard, within a league of the place which, it is said, was to be ultimately besieged by 100,000 foot, 23,000 horse, 120 pieces of artillery, and 7,000 pioneers. "After one and the first encounter," says a journal of the siege, "the enemy held our soldiers in good repute, not having seen them for any sort of danger, advance, or retreat, save as men of war and of assured courage; which was an advantage, for M. de Guise knew well that at the commencement of a war it was requisite that a leader should try, as much as ever he could, to win." It was only on the 20th of November that Charles V., ill of gout at Thionville and unable to stand on his legs, perceived the necessity of being present in person at the siege, and appeared before Metz on an Arab horse, with his face pale and worn, his eyes sunk in his head, and his beard white. At sight of him there was a most tremendous salute of arquebuses and artillery, the noise of which brought the whole town to arms. The emperor, whilst waiting to establish himself at the castle of La Horgne, took up his quarters near the Duke of Alba, in a little wooden house built out of the ruins of the Abbey of Saint Clement. "A beautiful palace," said he, "when the keys of Metz are brought to me there." From the 20th to the 26th the attack was continued with redoubled vigor. 14,000 cannon shots were fired, it is said, in a single day. Guise had remarked that the enemy seemed preparing to direct the principal assault against a point so strong that nobody had thought of pulling down the houses in its vicinity. This oversight was immediately repaired, and a stout wall, the height of a man, made out of the ruins. "If they send us peas," said Guise, "we will give them black beans," or "we will give them at least as good as they bring." On the 26th of November the old wall was battered by a formidable artillery, and, breached in 3 places, it crumbled down on the 28th into the ditch, "at the same time making it difficult to climb for to come to the assault." The assailants uttered shouts of joy, but when the cloud of dust had cleared off, they saw a fresh rampart 8 feet in height above the breach, "and they experienced as much and even more disgust than they had felt pleasure at seeing the wall tumble." The besieged heaped mockery and insult upon them, but Guise "imperatively put a stop to the disturbance, fearing, it is said, lest some traitor should take advantage of it to give the assailants some advice, and the soldiers then conceived the idea of sticking upon the points of their pikes live cats, the cries of which seemed to show derision of the enemy." The siege went on for a month longer without making any more impression, and the imperial troops kicked against any fresh assaults. "I was wont once upon a time to be followed to battle," Charles V. would say, "but I see that I have no longer men about me. I must bid farewell to the empire and go shut myself up in some monastery. Before 3 years are over, I shall turn Cordelier." Whilst Metz was still holding out, the fortress of Toul was summoned by the Imperialists to open its gates. But the commandant replied, "When the town of Metz has been taken, when I have had the honor of being besieged in due form by the emperor, and when I have made as long a defence as the Duke of Guise has, such a summons may be addressed to me, and I will consider what I am to do." On the 26th of December, 1552, the 65th day since the arrival of the imperial army, and the 45th since the batteries had opened fire, Charles V. resolved to raise the siege. "I see very well," said he, "that fortune resembles women; she prefers a young king to an old emperor." His army filed off by night, in silence, leaving behind its munitions and its tents, just as they stood, "driven away almost by the chastisement of Heaven," says the contemporary chronicler Rabutin, "with but 2 shots by way of signal." The ditty of the soldier just quoted ends thus: At last, so stout was her defence, from Metz they moved their guns away, and with the laugh at their expense, a tramping went their whole array. And at their tail the noble lord of Guise sent forth a goodly throng of cavalry with lance and sword, to teach them how to tramp along. Guise was far from expecting so sudden and decisive a result. "Sing me no more flattering strains in your letters about the emperor's dislodgement hence," he wrote on the 24th of December to his brother the Cardinal of Lorraine. "Take it for certain that, unless we be very much mistaken in him, he will not, as long as he has life, brook the shame of departing hence until he has seen it all out." End of section 28. Section 29 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 31. Henry II, 1547 to 1559, Part 3. Irritated, and perhaps still more shocked, at so heavy a blow to his power and his renown, Charles V. looked everywhere for a chance of taking his revenge. He flattered himself that he had found it in Therouanne, a fortress of importance at that time between Flanders and Artois, which had always been a dependency of the kingdom of France, and served as a rampart against the repeated incursions of the English, the masters of Calais. Charles knew that it was ill supplied with troops and munitions of war, and the court of Henry II, intoxicated with the deliverance of Metz, spoke disdainfully of the emperor, and paid no heed to anything but balls, festivals, and tournaments in honor of the marriage between Diana d'Angouleme, the king's natural daughter, and Horatio Farnese, Duke of Castro. All of a sudden it was announced that the troops of Charles V. were besieging Therouanne. The news was at first treated lightly. It was thought sufficient to send to Therouanne some reinforcements under the orders of Francis de Montmorency, the nephew of the constable; but the attack was repulsed with spirit by the besiegers, and brave as was the resistance offered by the besieged, who sustained for 10 hours a sanguinary assault, on the 20th of June, 1553, Francis de Montmorency saw the impossibility of holding out longer, and, on the advice of all his officers, offered to surrender the place; but he forgot to stipulate in the first place for a truce. The Germans entered the town, thrown open without terms of capitulation. It was given up as prey to an army itself a prey to all the passions of soldiers as well as to their master's vengeful feelings, and Therouanne, handed over for devastation, was for a whole month diligently demolished and razed to the ground. When Charles V. at Brussels received news of the capture, "bonfires were lighted throughout Flanders, bells were rung, cannon were fired." It was but a poor revenge for so great a sovereign after the reverse he had just met with at Metz, but the fall of Therouanne was a grievous incident for France. Francis I. was in the habit of saying that Therouanne in Flanders and Ac, now Dax, on the frontier of Guienne, were to him like two pillows on which he could rest tranquilly. Whilst these events were passing in Lorraine and Flanders, Henry II. and his advisers were obstinately persisting in the bad policy which had been clung to by Charles VIII., Louis XII., and Francis I., that, in fact, of making conquests and holding possessions in Italy. War continued from Turin to Naples, between France, the emperor, the pope, and the local princes, with all sorts of alliances and alternations, but with no tangible result. Blaise de Montluc defended the fortress of Sienna for 9 months against the Imperialists, with an intelligence and a bravery which earned for him, 20 years later, the title of Marshal of France. Charles de Brissac was carrying on the war in Piedmont with such a combination of valor and generosity that the king sent him as a present his own sword, writing to him at the same time, "The opinion I have of your merit has become rooted even amongst foreigners. The emperor says that he would make himself monarch of the whole world if he had a Brissac to second his plans." His men, irritated at getting no pay, one day surrounded Brissac, complaining vehemently, "You will always get bread by coming to me," said he, and he paid the debt of France by sacrificing his daughter's dowry and borrowing a heavy sum from the Swiss on the security of his private fortune. It was by such devotion and such sacrifices that the French nobility paid for and justified their preponderance in the state, but they did not manage to succeed in the conduct of public affairs and to satisfy the interests of a nation progressing in activity, riches, independence, and influence. Disquieted at the smallness of his success in Italy, Henry II. flattered himself that he would regain his ascendency there by sending thither the Duke of Guise, the hero of Metz, with an army of about 20,000 men, French or Swiss, and a staff of experienced officers. But Guise was not more successful than his predecessors had been. After several attempts, by arms and negotiation amongst the local sovereigns, he met with a distinct failure in the kingdom of Naples before the fortress of Civitella, the siege of which he was forced to raise on the 15th of May, 1557. Wearied out by want of success, sick in the midst of an army of sick, regretting over "the pleasures of his field sports at Joinville, and begging his mother to have just a word or two written to him to console him," all he sighed for was to get back to France; and it was not long before the state of affairs recalled him thither. It was now nearly 2 years ago that, on the 25th of October, 1555, and on the 1st of January, 1556, Charles V. had solemnly abdicated all his dominions, giving over to his son Philip the kingdom of Spain, with the sovereignty of Burgundy and the Low Countries, and to his younger brother Ferdinand the empire together with the original heritage of the house of Austria, and retiring personally to the monastery of Yuste in Estremadura, there to pass the last years of his life, distracted with gout, at one time resting from the world and its turmoil, at another vexing himself about what was doing there now that he was no longer in it. Before abandoning it for good, he desired to do his son Philip the service of leaving him, if not in a state of definite peace, at any rate in a condition of truce with France. Henry II. also desired rest, and the Constable of Montmorency wished above everything for the release of his son Francis, who had been a prisoner since the fall of Terouanne. A truce for 5 years was signed at Vaucelles on the 5th of February, 1556, and Coligny, quite young still, but already admiral and in high esteem, had the conduct of the negotiation. He found Charles V. dressed in mourning, seated beside a little table in a modest apartment hung with black. When the admiral handed to the emperor the king's letter, Charles could not himself break the seal, and the Bishop of Arras drew near to render him that service. "Gently, my Lord of Arras," said the emperor, "would you rob me of the duty I am bound to discharge towards the king my brother in law? Please God, none but I shall do it." And then turning to Coligny, he said, "What will you say of me, admiral? Am I not a pretty knight to run a course and break a lance, I who can only with great difficulty open a letter?" He inquired with an air of interest after Henry II.'s health, and boasted of belonging himself also to the house of France through his grandmother Mary of Burgundy. "I hold it to be an honor," said he, "to have issued, on the mother's side, from the stock which wears and upholds the most famous crowns in the world." His son Philip, who was but a novice in kingly greatness, showed less courtesy and less good taste than his father. He received the French ambassadors in a room hung with pictures representing the battle of Pavia. There were some who concluded that from that the truce would not be of long duration, and it was not long before their prognostication was verified. The sending of the Duke of Guise into Italy, and the assistance he brought to Pope Paul IV., then at war with the new King of Spain, Philip II., were considered as a violation of the truce of Vaucelles. Henry II. had expected as much, and had ordered Coligny, who was commanding in Picardy and Flanders, to hold himself in readiness to take the field as soon as he should be, if not forced, at any rate naturally called upon, by any unforeseen event. It cost Coligny, who was a man of scrupulous honor, a great struggle to lightly break a truce he had just signed. Nevertheless, in January, 1557, when he heard that the French were engaged in Italy in the war between the pope and the Spaniards, he did not consider that he could possibly remain inactive in Flanders. He took by surprise the town of Lens, between Lille and Arras. Philip II., on his side, had taken measures for promptly entering upon the campaign. By his marriage with Mary Tudor, Queen of England, he had secured for himself a powerful ally in the north. The English Parliament were but little disposed to compromise themselves in a war with France. But, in March 1557, Philip went to London, the queen's influence and the distrust excited in England by Henry II. Prevailed over the pacific desires of the nation, and Mary sent a simple herald to carry to the King of France at Rheims her declaration of war. Henry accepted it politely but resolutely. "I speak to you in this way," said he to the herald, "because it is a queen who sends you. Had it been a king, I would speak to you in a very different tone." And he ordered him to be gone forthwith from the kingdom. A negotiation was commenced for accomplishing the marriage, long since agreed upon, between the young Queen of Scotland, Mary Stuart, and Henry II.'s son, Francis, Dauphin of France. Mary, who was born on the 8th of December, 1542, at Falkland Castle in Scotland, had, since 1548, lived and received her education at the court of France, whither her mother, Mary of Lorraine, eldest sister of Francis de Guise, and Queen Dowager of Scotland, had lost no time in sending her as soon as the future union between the two children had been agreed upon between the two courts. The Dauphin of France was a year younger than the Scottish princess, but "from his childhood," says Venetian Capello, "he has been very much in love with her most serene little highness the Queen of Scotland, who is destined for his wife. It sometimes happens that when they are exchanging endearments they like to retire quite apart into a corner of the rooms, that their little secrets may not be overheard." On the 19th of April, 1558, the espousals took place in the great hall of the Louvre, and the marriage was celebrated in the church of Notre Dame. From that time Mary Stuart was styled in France Queen Dauphiness, and her husband, with the authorization of the Scottish commissioners, took the title of King Dauphin. "Etiquette required at that time that the heir to the throne should hold his court separately, and not appear at the king's court save on grand occasions. The young couple resigned themselves without any difficulty to this exile, and retired to Villers Cotterets." Whilst preparations were being made at Paris for the rejoicings in honor of the union of the two royal children, war broke out in Picardy and Flanders. Philip II. Had landed there with an army of 47,000 men, of whom 7,000 were English. Never did any great sovereign and great politician provoke and maintain for long such important wars without conducting them in some other fashion than from the recesses of his cabinet, and without ever having exposed his own life on the field of battle. The Spanish army was under the orders of Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, a young warrior of 30 who had won the confidence of Charles V. He led it to the siege of Saint Quentin, a place considered as one of the bulwarks of the kingdom. Philip II. Remained at some leagues' distance in the environs. Henry II. Was ill prepared for so serious an attack. His army, which was scarcely 20,000 strong, mustered near Laon, under the orders of the Duke of Nevers. At the end of July, 1557, it hurried into Picardy, under the command of the Constable de Montmorency, who was supported by Admiral de Coligny, his nephew, by the Duke of Enghien, by the Prince of Conde, and by the Duke of Montpensier, by nearly all the great lords and valiant warriors of France. They soon saw that Saint Quentin was in a deplorable state of defense. The fortifications were old and badly kept up. Soldiers, munitions of war, and victuals were all equally deficient. Coligny did not hesitate. However, he threw himself into the place on the 2d of August during the night with a small corps of 700 men and Saint Remy, a skilled engineer who had already distinguished himself in the defense of Metz. The admiral packed off the useless mouths, repaired the walls at the points principally threatened, and reanimated the failing courage of the inhabitants. The constable and his army came within hail of the place, and D'Andelot, Coligny's brother, managed with great difficulty to get 450 men into it. On the 10th of August, the battle was begun between the two armies. The constable affected to despise the Duke of Savoy's youth. "I will soon show him," said he, "a move of an old soldier." The French army, very inferior in numbers, was for a moment on the point of being surrounded. The Prince of Conde sent the constable warning. "I was serving in the field," answered Montmorency, "before the Prince of Conde came into the world. I have good hopes of still giving him lessons in the art of war for some years to come." The valor of the constable and his comrades in arms could not save them from the consequences of their stubborn recklessness and their numerical inferiority. The battalions of Gascon infantry closed their ranks with pikes to the front, and made an heroic resistance, but all in vain against repeated charges of the Spanish cavalry, and the defeat was total. More than 3,000 men were killed; the number of prisoners amounted to double, and the constable, left upon the field with his thigh shattered by a cannon ball, fell into the hands of the Spaniards, as was also the case with the Dukes of Longueville and Montpensier, La Rochefoucauld, d'Aubigne, etc. The Duke of Enghien, Viscount de Turenne, and a multitude of others, many great names amidst a host of obscure, fell in the fight. The Duke of Nevers and the Prince of Conde, sword in hand, reached La Fere with the remnants of their army. Coligny remained alone in Saint Quentin with those who survived of his little garrison, and 120 arquebusiers, whom the Duke of Nevers threw into the place at a loss of 3 times as many. Coligny held out for a fortnight longer, behind walls that were in ruins and were assailed by a victorious army. At length, on the 27th of August, the enemy entered Saint Quentin by shoals. "The admiral, who was still going about the streets with a few men to make head against them, found himself hemmed in on all sides, and did all he could to fall into the hands of a Spaniard, preferring rather to await on the spot the common fate than to incur by flight any shame and reproach. He who took him prisoner, after setting him to rest a while at the foot of the ramparts, took him away to their camp, where, as he entered, he met Captain Alonso de Caziere, commandant of the old bands of Spanish infantry, when up came the Duke of Savoy, who ordered the said Caziere to take the admiral to his tent." D'Andelot, the admiral's brother, succeeded in escaping across the marshes. Being thus master of Saint Quentin, Philip II, after having attempted to put a stop to carnage and plunder, expelled from the town, which was half in ashes, the inhabitants who had survived, and the small adjacent fortresses, Ham and Catelet, were not long before they surrendered. Section 29. Section 30 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 31. Henry II, 1547 to 1559, Part 4. Philip, with anxious modesty, sent information of his victory to his father Charles, who had been in retirement since February 21, 1556, at the monastery of Yuste. "As I did not happen to be there myself," he said at the end of his letter, "about which I am heavy at heart as to what your Majesty will possibly think, I can only tell you from hearsay what took place." We have not the reply of Charles V. to his son, but his close confidant, Quejada, wrote, "The emperor felt at this news one of the greatest thrills of satisfaction he has ever had; but, to tell you the truth, I perceive by his manner that he cannot reconcile himself to the thought that his son was not there, and with good reason." After Saint Quentin had surrendered, the Duke of Savoy wanted to march forward and strike affrighted France to the very heart, and the aged emperor was of his mind. "Is the king my son at Paris?" he said, when he heard of his victory. Philip had thought differently about it. Instead of hurling his army on Paris, he had moved it back to Saint Quentin, and kept it for the reduction of places in the neighborhood. "The Spaniards," says Raboutin, "might have accomplished our total extermination and taken from us all hope of setting ourselves up again; but the supreme ruler, the God of victories, pulled them up quite short." An unlooked for personage, Queen Catherine de' Medici, then for the first time entered actively upon the scene. We borrow the very words of the Venetian ambassadors who lived within her sphere. The first, Lorenzo Contarini, wrote in 1552, "The queen is younger than the king, but only 13 days. She is not pretty, but she is possessed of extraordinary wisdom and prudence. No doubt of her being fit to govern. Nevertheless, she is not consulted or considered so much as she well might be." 5 years later, in 1557, after the battle and capture of Saint Quentin, France was in a fit of stupor. Paris believed the enemy to be already beneath her walls. Many of the burgesses were packing up and flying, some to Orleans, some to Bourges, some still farther. The king had gone to Compiegne, "to get together," says Brantome, "a fresh army." Queen Catherine was alone at Paris. Of her own motion, "she went to the Parliament, according to the Memoires de la Chatre; it was to the Hotel de Ville that she went and made her address, in full state, accompanied by the cardinals, princes, and princesses; and there, in the most impressive language, she set forth the urgent state of affairs at the moment. She pointed out that, in spite of the enormous expenses into which the Most Christian king had found himself drawn in his late wars, he had shown the greatest care not to burden the towns. In the continuous and extreme pressure of requirements her Majesty did not think that any further charge could be made on the people of the country places, who in ordinary times always bear the greatest burden." With so much sentiment and eloquence that she touched the heart of everybody, the queen then explained to the Parliament that the king had need of 300,000 livres, 25,000 to be paid every 2 months, and she added that she would retire from the place of session, so as not to interfere with liberty of discussion; and she accordingly retired to an adjoining room. A resolution to comply with the wishes of her Majesty was voted, and the queen, having resumed her place, received a promise to that effect. 100 notables of the city offered to give at once 3,000 francs apiece. The queen thanked them in the sweetest form of words; and thus terminated this session of Parliament with so much applause for her Majesty, and such lively marks of satisfaction at her behavior, that no idea can be given of them. Throughout the whole city nothing was spoken of but the queen's prudence and the happy manner in which she proceeded in this enterprise." Such is the account, not of a French courtier, but of the Venetian ambassador, Giacomo Lorenzo, writing confidentially to his government. From that day the position of Catherine de' Medici was changed in France, amongst the people as well as at court. "The king went more often to see her; he added to his habits that of holding court at her apartments for about an hour every day after supper in the midst of the lords and ladies." It is not to be discovered anywhere in the contemporary Memoires whether Catherine had anything to do with the resolution taken by Henry II. On returning from Compiegne; but she thenceforth assumed her place, and gave a foretaste of the part she was to play in the government of France. Unhappily for the honor of Catherine and for the welfare of France, that part soon ceased to be judicious, dignified, and salutary, as it had been on that day of its first exhibition. On entering Paris again, the king at once sent orders to the Duke of Guise to return in haste from Italy with all the troops he could bring. Every eye and every hope were fixed upon the able and heroic defender of Metz, who had forced Charles V. to retreat before him. A general appeal was at the same time addressed to "all soldiers, gentlemen, and others, who had borne or were capable of bearing arms, to muster at Laon, under the Duke of Nevers, in order to be employed for the service of the king and for the tuition (protection) of their country, their families, and their property." Guise arrived on the 20th of October, 1557, at Saint Germain en Laye, where the court happened to be just then. Every mark of favor was lavished upon him. All the resources of the state were put at his disposal. There was even some talk of appointing him viceroy; but Henry II. confined himself to proclaiming him, on the very day of his arrival, lieutenant general of the armies throughout the whole extent of the monarchy, both within and without the realm. His brother, the Cardinal of Lorraine, who was as ambitious and almost as able as he, had the chief direction in civil, financial, and diplomatic affairs. Never, since the great mayors of the palace, under the Merovingian kings, had similar power been in the hands of a subject. Like a man born to command, Guise saw that in so complicated a situation a brilliant stroke must be accompanied, and a great peril be met by a great success. "He racked his brains for all sorts of devices for enabling him to do some remarkable deed, which might humble the pride of that haughty Spanish nation and revive the courage of his own men; and he took it that those things which the enemy considered as the most secure would be the least carefully guarded. Some years previously it had been suggested to the constable that an attempt might be made upon Calais, negligently guarded as it was, and the place itself not being in good order. The Duke of Guise put the idea of this enterprise forward once more, and begged the king's permission to attempt it, without saying a word about it to anybody else, which the king considered to be a very good notion." Guise took the command of the army, and made a feint of directing its movements towards an expedition in the east of the kingdom. But suddenly turning westwards, he found himself on the night of January 1st, 1558, beneath the walls of Calais, "whither, with right good will, all the princes, lords, and soldiers had marched." On the 3d of January, he took the two forts of Nieullay and Risbank, which covered the approaches to the place. On the 4th he prepared for, and on the 6th he delivered, the assault upon the citadel itself, which was carried. He left there his brother, the Duke of Aumale, with a sufficient force for defence. The portion of the English garrison which had escaped at the assault fell back within the town. The governor, Lord Wentworth, "like a man in desperation who saw he was all but lost," made vain attempts to recover this important post under cover of night and of the high sea, which rendered impossible the prompt arrival of any aid for the French. But "they held their own inside the castle." The English requested the Duke of Aumale "to parley so as to come to some honorable and reasonable terms," and Guise assented. On the 8th of January, whilst he was conferring in his tent with the representatives of the governor, Coligny's brother, D'Andelot, entered the town at the solicitation of the English themselves, who were afraid of being all put to the sword. The capitulation was signed. The inhabitants, with their wives and children, had their lives spared, and received permission to leave Calais freely and without any insult, and withdraw to England or Flanders. Lord Wentworth and 50 other persons, to be chosen by the Duke of Guise, remained prisoners of war. With this exception, all the soldiers were to return to England, but with empty hands. The place was left with all the cannons, arms, munitions, utensils, engines of war, flags, and standards which happened to be in it. The furniture, the gold and silver, coined or other, the merchandise, and the horses passed over to the disposal of the Duke of Guise. Lastly, the vanquished, when they quitted the town, were to leave it intact, having no power to pull down houses, unpave streets, throw up earth, displace a single stone, pull out a single nail. The conqueror's precautions were as deliberate as his audacity had been sudden. On the 9th of January, 1558, after a week's siege, Calais, which had been in the hands of the English for 210 years, once more became a French town, in spite of the inscription which was engraved on one of its gates, and which may be turned into the following distich: "A siege of Calais may seem good, when lead and iron swim like wood." The joy was so much the greater in that it was accompanied by great surprise. Save a few members of the king's council, nobody expected this conquest. "I certainly thought that you must be occupied in preparing for some great exploit, and that you wished to wait until you could apprise me of the execution rather than the design," wrote Marshal de Brissac to the Duke of Guise, on the 22d of January, from Italy. Foreigners were not less surprised than the French themselves. They had supposed that France would remain for a long while under the effects of the reverse experienced at Saint Quentin. "The loss of Calais," said Pope Paul IV., "will be the only dowry that the Queen of England will obtain from her marriage with Philip. For France, such a conquest is preferable to that of half the kingdom of England." When Mary Tudor, already seriously ill, heard the news, she exclaimed from her deathbed on the 20th of January, "If my heart is opened, there will be found, graven upon it, the word Calais." And when the Grand Prior of France, on repairing to the court of his sister Mary of Lorraine in Scotland, went to visit Queen Elizabeth, who had succeeded Mary Tudor, she, after she had made him dance several times with her, said to him, "My dear prior, I like you very much, but not your brother, who robbed me of my town of Calais." End of Section 30. Section 31 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 31. Henry II, 1547 to 1559, Part 5. Guise was one of those who knew that it is as necessary to follow up a success accomplished as to proceed noiselessly in the execution of a sudden success. When he was master of Calais, he moved rapidly upon the neighboring fortresses of Guines and Ham, and he had them in his power within a few days, notwithstanding a resistance more stout than he had encountered at Calais. During the same time, the Duke of Nevers, encouraged by such examples, also took the field again, and gained possession, in Champagne and the neighborhood, of the strong castles of Herbemont, Jamoigne, Chigny, Rosignol, and Villemont. Guise had no idea of contenting himself with his successes in the west of France. His ambition carried him into the east also, to the environs of Metz, the scene of his earliest glory. He heard that Vieilleville, who had become governor of Metz, was setting about the reduction of Thionville, "the best picture of a fortress I ever saw," says Montluc. "I have heard," wrote Guise to Vieilleville, "that you have a fine enterprise on hand. I pray you do not commence the execution of it in any fashion whatever until I be with you. Having given a good account of Calais and Guines as lieutenant general of his Majesty in this realm, I should be very vexed if there should be done therein anything of honor and importance without my presence." He arrived before Thionville on the 4th of June, 1558. Vieilleville and his officers were much put out at his interference. "The duke might surely have dispensed with coming," said d'Estrees, chief officer of artillery; "it will be easy for him to swallow what is all chewed ready for him." But the bulk of the army did not share this feeling of jealousy. When the pioneers, drawn up, caught sight of Guise, "Come on, sir," they cried, "come and let us die before Thionville; we have been expecting you this long while." The siege lasted 3 weeks longer. Guise had with him 2 comrades of distinction, the Italian Peter Strozzi and the Gascon Blaise de Montluc. On the 20th of June, Strozzi was mortally wounded by an arquebus shot, at the very side of Guise, who was talking to him with a hand upon his shoulder. "Ah, by God's head, sir," cried Strozzi in Italian, "the king to day loses a good servant, and so does your Excellency." Guise, greatly moved, attempted to comfort him, and spoke to him the name of Jesus Christ; but Strozzi was one of those infidels so common at that time in Italy. "'Sdeath," said he, "what Jesus are you come hither to remind me of? I believe in no God; my game is played." "You will appear to day before his face," persisted Guise, in the earnestness of his faith. "'Sdeath," replied Strozzi, "I shall be where all the others are who have died in the last 6,000 years." The eyes of Guise remained fixed a while upon his comrade, dying in such a frame of mind; but he soon turned all his thoughts once more to the siege of Thionville. Montluc supported him valiantly. A strong tower still held out, and Montluc carried it at the head of his men. Guise rushed up and threw his arm round the warrior's neck, saying, "Monseigneur, I now see clearly that the old proverb is quite infallible: a good horse will go to the last. I am off at once to my quarters to report the capture to the king. Be assured that I shall not conceal from him the service you have done." The reduction of Thionville was accomplished on that very day, June 22d, 1558. That of Arlon, a rich town in the neighborhood, followed very closely. Guise, thoroughly worn out, had ordered the approaches to be made next morning at daybreak, requesting that he might be left to sleep until he awoke of himself. When he did awake, he inquired whether the artillery had yet opened fire. He was told that Montluc had surprised the place during the night. "That is making the pace very fast," said he, as he made the sign of the cross, but he did not care to complain about it. Under the impulse communicated by him, the fortunes of France were reviving everywhere. A check received before Gravelines on the 13th of July, 1558, by a division commanded by de Termes, governor of Calais, did not subdue the national elation and its effect upon the enemy themselves. "It is an utter impossibility for me to keep up the war," wrote Philip II. on the 15th of February, 1559, to Granvelle. On both sides there was a desire for peace, and conferences were opened at Cateau Cambresis. On the 6th of February, 1559, a convention was agreed upon for a truce which was to last during the whole course of the negotiation, and for 6 days after the separation of the plenipotentiaries, in case no peace took place. It was concluded on the 2d of April, 1559, between Henry II. and Elizabeth, who had become Queen of England at the death of her sister Mary, November 17, 1558; and next day, April 3d, between Henry II., Philip II., and the allied princes of Spain, amongst others the Prince of Orange, William the Silent, who, whilst serving in the Spanish army, was fitting himself to become the leader of the Reformers and the liberator of the Low Countries. By the treaty with England, France was to keep Calais for 8 years in the first instance, and on a promise to pay 500,000 gold crowns to Queen Elizabeth or her successors. The money was never paid, and Calais was never restored, and this without the English governments having considered that it could make the matter a motive for renewing the war. By the treaty with Spain, France was to keep Metz, Toul, and Verdun, and have back Saint Quentin, Le Catelet, and Ham, but she was to restore to Spain or her allies 189 places in Flanders, Piedmont, Tuscany, and Corsica. The malcontents, for the absence of political liberty does not suppress them entirely, raised their voices energetically against this last treaty signed by the king, with the sole desire, it was supposed, of obtaining the liberation of his two favorites, the Constable de Montmorency and Marshal de Saint Andre, who had been prisoners in Spain since the defeat at Saint Quentin. "Their ransom," it was said, "has cost the kingdom more than that of Francis I." Guise himself said to the king, "A stroke of your Majesty's pen costs more to France than 30 years of war cost." Ever since that time, the majority of historians, even the most enlightened, have joined in the censure that was general in the 16th century; but their opinion will not be endorsed here. The places which France had won during the war, and which she retained by the peace, Metz, Toul, and Verdun on her frontier in the northeast, facing the imperial or Spanish possessions, and Boulogne and Calais on her coasts in the northwest, facing England, were, as regarded the integrity of the state and the security of the inhabitants, of infinitely more importance than those which she gave up in Flanders and Italy. The treaty of Cateau Cambresis, too, marked the termination of those wars of ambition and conquest which the kings of France had waged beyond the Alps an injudicious policy, which, for 4 reigns, had crippled and wasted the resources of France in adventurous expeditions beyond the limits of her geographical position and her natural and permanent interests. More or less happily, the treaty of Cateau Cambresis had regulated all those questions of external policy which were burdensome to France. She was once more at peace with her neighbors, and seemed to have nothing more to do than to gather in the fruits thereof. But she had in her own midst questions far more difficult of solution than those of her external policy, and these perils from within were threatening her more seriously than any from without. Since the death of Francis I., the religious ferment had pursued its course, becoming more general and more fierce. The creed of the Reformers had spread very much; their number had very much increased; permanent churches, professing and submitting to a fixed faith and discipline, had been founded; that of Paris was the first in 1555; and the example had been followed at Orleans, at Chartres, at Lyons, at Toulouse, at Rochelle, in Normandy, in Touraine, in Guienne, in Poitou, in Dauphiny, in Provence, and in all the provinces, more or less. In 1561 it was calculated that there were 2,150 reformed, or, as the expression then was, rectified (dressés) churches. "And this is no fanciful figure; it is the result of a census taken at the instigation of the deputies who represented the Reformed churches at the conference of Poissy on the demand of Catherine de' Medici, and in conformity with the advice of Admiral de Coligny." It is clear that the movement of the Reformation in the 16th century was one of those spontaneous and powerful movements which have their source and derive their strength from the condition of men's souls and of whole communities, and not merely from the personal ambitions and interests which soon come and mingle with them, whether it be to promote or to retard them. One thing has been already stated here, and confirmed by facts. It was specially in France that the Reformation had this truly religious and sincere character. Very far from supporting or tolerating it, the sovereign and public authorities opposed it from its very birth. Under Francis I. it had met with no real defenders but its martyrs, and it was still the same under Henry II. During the reign of Francis I., within a space of 23 years, there had been 81 capital executions for heresy. During that of Henry II., 12 years, there were 97 for the same cause; and at one of these executions Henry II. was present in person, on the space in front of Notre Dame, a spectacle which Francis I. had always refused to see. In 1551, 1557, and 1559, Henry II., by 3 royal edicts, kept up and added to all the prohibitions and penalties in force against the Reformers. In 1550, the massacre of the Vaudians was still in such lively and odious remembrance that a noble lady of Provence, Madame de Santal, did not hesitate to present a complaint in the name of her despoiled, proscribed, and murdered vassals against the Cardinal de Tournon, the Comte de Grignan, and the premier president Meunier d'Oppede, as having abused, for the purpose of getting authority for this massacre, the religious feelings of the king, who, on his deathbed, had testified his remorse for it. "This cause," says de Thou, "was pleaded with much warmth, and accompanied 50 audiences, with a large concourse of people; but the judgment took all the world by surprise. Guerin alone, advocate general in 1545, having no support at court, was condemned to death, and was scapegoat for all the rest. D'Oppede defended himself with fanatical pride, saying that he only executed the king's orders, like Saul, whom God commanded to exterminate the Amalekites. He had the Duke of Guise to protect him, and he was sent back to discharge the duties of his office. Such was the prejudice of the Parliament of Paris against the Reformers that it interdicted the hedge schools, or écoles buissonnières, schools which the Protestants held out in the country to escape from the jurisdiction of the precentor of Notre Dame de Paris, who had the sole supervision of primary schools. Hence comes the proverb to play truant, faire l'école buissonnière, to go to hedge school. All the resources of French civil jurisdiction appeared to be insufficient against the Reformers. Henry II. asked the pope for a bull, transplanting into France the Spanish Inquisition, the only real means of extirpating the root of the errors." It was the characteristic of this Inquisition that it was completely in the hands of the clergy, and that its arm was long enough to reach the lay and the clerical indifferently. Pope Paul IV. readily gave the king, in April 1557, the bull he asked for; but the Parliament of Paris refused to enregister the royal edict which gave force in France to the pontifical brief. In 1559 the pope replied to this refusal by a bull which comprised in one and the same anathema all heretics, though they might be kings or emperors, and declared them to have "forfeited their benefices, states, kingdoms, or empires, the which should devolve on the first to seize them, without power on the part of the Holy See itself to restore them." The Parliament would not consent to enregister the decree unless there were put in it a condition to the effect that clerics alone should be liable to the Inquisition, and that the judges should be taken from amongst the clergy of France. For all their passionate opposition to the Reformation, the magistrates had no idea of allowing either the kingship or France to fall beneath the yoke of the papacy. Amidst all these disagreements and distractions in the very heart of Catholicism, the Reformation went on growing from day to day. In 1558, Lorenzo, the Venetian ambassador, set down even then the number of the Reformers at 400,000. In 1559, at the death of Henry II., Claude Hatton, a priest and contemporary chronicler on the Catholic side, calculated that they were nearly a quarter of the population of France. They held at Paris in May 1559 their first general synod, and 11 fully established churches sent deputies to it. This synod drew up a form of faith called the Gallican Confession, and likewise a form of discipline. "The burgess class, for a long while so indifferent to the burnings that took place, were astounded at last at the constancy with which the pile was mounted by all those men and all those women who had nothing to do but to recant in order to save their lives. Some could not persuade themselves that people so determined were not in the right; others were moved with compassion. Their very hearts, say contemporaries, wept together with their eyes." It needed only an opportunity to bring these feelings out. Some of the faithful one day in the month of May 1558, on the public walk in the Pre aux Clercs, began to sing the psalms of Marot. Their singing had been forbidden by the Parliament of Bordeaux, but the practice of singing those psalms had but lately been so general that it could not be looked upon as peculiar to heretics. All who happened to be there, suddenly animated by one and the same feeling, joined in with the singers, as if to protest against the punishments which were being repeated day after day. This manifestation was renewed on the following days. The King of Navarre, Anthony de Bourbon, Prince Louis de Conde, his brother, and many lords took part in it, together with a crowd, it is said, of 5,000 or 6,000 persons. It was not in the Pre aux Clercs only, and by singing, that this new state of mind revealed itself amongst the highest classes as well as amongst the populace. The Queen of Navarre, Jeanne d'Albret, in her early youth, "was as fond of a ball as of a sermon," says Brantome, and she had advised her spouse, Anthony de Bourbon, who inclined towards Calvinism, not to perplex himself with all these opinions." In 1559 she was passionately devoted to the faith and the cause of the Reformation. With more levity, but still in sincerity, her brother in law, Louis de Conde, put his ambition and his courage at the service of the same cause. Admiral de Coligny's youngest brother, Francis d'Andelot, declared himself a reformer to Henry II. himself, who, in his wrath, threw a plate at his head and sent him to prison in the castle of Melun. Coligny himself, who had never disguised the favorable sentiments he felt towards the Reformers, openly sided with them on the ground of his own personal faith, as well as of the justice due to them. At last the Reformation had really great leaders, men who had power and were experienced in the affairs of the world. It was becoming a political party as well as a religious conviction, and the French Reformers were henceforth in a condition to make war as well as die at the stake for their faith. Hitherto they had been only believers and martyrs; they became the victors and the vanquished alternately in a civil war. A new position for them, and as formidable as it was grand. It was destined to bring upon them cruel trials and the worth of them in important successes. First the St. Bartholomew, then the accession of Henry IV. And the Edict of Nantes. At a later period, under Louis XIII. And Louis XIV., the complication of the religious question and the political question cost them the advantages they had won. The Edict of Nantes disappeared, together with the power of the Protestants in the state. They were no longer anything but heretics and rebels. A day was to come when, by the force alone of moral ideas, and in the name alone of conscience and justice, they would recover all the rights they had for a time possessed, and more also. But in the 16th century that day was still distant, and armed strife was for the Reformers their only means of defence and salvation. God makes no account of centuries, and a great deal is required before the most certain and the most salutary truths get their place and their rights in the minds and communities of men. On the 29th of June, 1559, a brilliant tournament was celebrated in lists erected at the end of the street of Saint Antoine, almost at the foot of the Bastille. Henry II., the queen, and the whole court had been present at it for 3 days. The entertainment was drawing to a close. The king, who had run several tilts, "like a sturdy and skilful cavalier," wished to break yet another lance, and bade the Comte de Montgomery, captain of the guards, to run against him. Montgomery excused himself, but the king insisted. The tilt took place. The two jousters, on meeting, broke their lances skilfully, but Montgomery forgot to drop at once, according to usage, the fragment remaining in his hand. He unintentionally struck the king's helmet and raised the visor, and a splinter of wood entered Henry's eye, who fell forward upon his horse's neck. All the appliances of art were useless; the brain had been injured. Henry II. languished for 11 days, and expired on the 10th of July, 1559, aged 40 years and some months. An insignificant man, and a reign without splendor, though fraught with facts pregnant of grave consequences. Section 32
of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Fricker. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4 by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 32. Francis II, July 10th, 1559 to December 5th, 1560. Part 1. During the course, and especially at the close of Henry II's reign, two rival matters, on the one hand the numbers, the quality, and the zeal of the Reformers, and on the other the anxiety, prejudice, and power of the Catholics, had been simultaneously advancing in development and growth. Between the 16th of May 1558 and the 10th of July 1559, 15 capital sentences had been executed in Dauphiny, in Normandy, in Puiteaux, and at Paris. Two royal edicts, one dated July 24th, 1558, and the other June 14th, 1559, had renewed and aggravated the severity of penal legislation against heretics. To secure the registration of the latter, Henry II., together with the princes and the officers of the crown, had repaired in person to Parliament. Some disagreement had already appeared in the midst of that great body, which was then composed of 130 magistrates. The seniors who sat in the great chamber had in general shown themselves to be more inclined to severity, and the juniors who formed the chamber called La Tournelle were more inclined to indulgence towards accusations of heresy. The disagreement reached its climax in the very presence of the king. Two councillors, Dubourg and Dufal, spoke so warmly of reforms which were, according to them, necessary and legitimate, that their adversaries did not hesitate to tax them with being reformers themselves. The king had them arrested, and 3 of their colleagues with them. Special commissioners were charged with the preparation of the case against them. It has already been mentioned that one of the most considerable amongst the officers of the army, Francis d'Andelot, brother of Admiral Coligny, had, for the same cause, been subjected to a burst of anger on the part of the king. He was in prison at Meaux when Henry II. died. Such were the personal feelings and the relative positions of the two parties when Francis II., a boy of 16, a poor creature both in mind and body, ascended the throne. Deputies from Parliament went, according to custom, to offer their felicitations to the new king, and to ask him to whom it was his pleasure that they should thenceforward apply for to learn his will and receive his commands. Francis II. replied, "With the approbation of the queen my mother, I have chosen the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine, my uncles, to have the direction of the state. The former will take charge of the department of war, the latter the administration of finance and justice." Such had, in fact, been his choice, and it was no doubt with his mother's approbation that he had made it. Equally attentive to observe the proprieties and to secure her own power, Catherine de' Medici, when going out to drive with her son and her daughter in law Mary Stuart on the day of Henry II.'s death, said to Mary, "Step in, madam; it is now your turn to go first." During the first days of mourning she kept herself in a room entirely hung with black, and there was no light beyond 2 wax candles burning on an altar covered with black cloth. She had upon her head a black veil, which shrouded her entirely, and hid her face, and when any one of the household went to speak to her, she replied in so agitated and so weak a tone of voice that it was impossible to catch her words, whatever attention might be paid to them. But her presence of mind and her energy, so far as the government was concerned, were by no means affected by it. He who had been the principal personage at the court under Henry II., the Constable de Montmorency, perfectly understood, at his first interview with the queen mother, that he was dismissed, and all he asked of her was, that he might go and enjoy his repose in freedom at his residence of Chantilly, begging her at the same time to take under her protection the heirs of his house. Henry II.'s favorite, Diana de Poitiers, was dismissed more harshly. "The king sent to tell Madame de Valentinois," writes the Venetian ambassador, "that for her evil influence (mali officii) over the king, his father, she would deserve heavy chastisement; but, in his royal clemency, he did not wish to disquiet her any further. She must, nevertheless, restore to him all the jewels given her by the king his father. To bend Catherine de' Medici, Diana was so obliged," says de Thou, "to give up her beautiful house at Chenonceaux on the Cher, and she received in exchange the castle of Chaumont at the Loire." The Guises obtained all of the favors of the court at the same time that they were invested with all the powers of state. In order to give a good notion of Duke Francis of Guise and his brother, the Cardinal of Lorraine, the 2 heads of the house, we will borrow the very words of those 2 men of their age who had the best means of seeing them close and judging them correctly, the French historian de Thou and the Venetian ambassador John Micheli. "The Cardinal of Lorraine," says de Thou, "was of an impetuous and violent character. The Duke of Guise, on the contrary, was of gentle and moderate disposition; but as ambition soon overleaps the confines of restraint and equity, he was carried away by the violent counsels of the cardinal, or else surrendered himself to them of his own accord, executing with admirable prudence and address the plans which were always chalked out by his brother." The Venetian ambassador enters into more precise and full details. "The cardinal," he says, "who is the leading man of the house, would be, by common consent, if it were not for the defects of which I shall speak, the greatest political power in this kingdom. He has not yet completed his 37th year. He is endowed with a marvellous intellect, which apprehends from half a word the meaning of those who converse with him. He has an astonishing memory, a fine and noble face, and a rare eloquence which shows itself freely on any subject, but especially in matters of politics. He is very well versed in letters. He knows Greek, Latin, and Italian. He is very strong in the sciences, chiefly in theology. The externals of his life are very proper and very suitable to his dignity, which could not be said of the other cardinals and prelates, whose habits are too scandalously irregular. But his great defect is shameful cupidity, which would employ to attain its ends even criminal means, and likewise great duplicity, whence comes his habit of scarcely ever saying that which is. There is worse behind. He is considered to be very ready to take offence, vindictive, envious, and far too slow in benefaction. He excited universal hatred by hurting all the world as long as it was in his power to. As for Monseigneur de Guise, who is the eldest of the 6 brothers, he cannot be spoken of save as a man of war, a good officer. None in this realm has delivered more battles and confronted more dangers. Everybody lauds his courage, his vigilance, his steadiness in war, and his coolness, a quality wonderfully rare in a Frenchman. His peculiar defects are, first of all, stinginess towards soldiers, then he makes large promises, and even when he means to keep his promise he is infinitely slow about it. To the sketch of the Cardinal of Lorraine, Brantôme adds that he was, as indeed he said, a coward by nature, a strange defect in a Guise. It was a great deal towards securing the supremacy of a great family and its leading members, to thus possess the favour of the court and the functions of government, but the power of the Guises had a still higher origin and still deeper foundation. It was then, said Michel de Castelnau, one of the most intelligent and most impartial among the chroniclers of the 16th century, that schism and divisions in religious matters began to be mixed up with affairs of state. Well, all the clergy of France, and nearly all the noblesse of the people who belonged to the Roman religion, considered that the Cardinal of Lorraine and the Duke of Guise were, as it were, called of God to preserve the Catholic religion established in France for the last 1200 years, and it seemed to them not only an act of impiety to change or alter it in any way whatever, but also an impossibility to do so without ruin to the state. The late King Henry had made a decree in the month of June 1559, being then at Ecouen, by which the judges were bound to sentence all Lutherans to death, and which was published and confirmed by all the parliaments without any limitation or modification whatever, and with a warning to the judges not to mitigate the penalty, as they had done for some years previously. Different judgments were pronounced upon the decree. Those who took the most political and most zealous view of religion considered that it was necessary, as well to preserve and maintain the Catholic religion as to keep down the seditious, who, under the cloak of religion, were doing all they could to upset the political condition of the kingdom. Others who cared nothing for religion, or for the state, or for order in the body politic, also thought the decree necessary, not at all for the purpose of exterminating the Protestants, for they held it would tend to multiply them, but because it would offer a means of enriching themselves by the confiscations ensuing upon condemnation, and because the king would thus be able to pay off 42 millions of livres which he owed, and have money in hand, and besides that, satisfy those who were demanding recompense for the services they had rendered the crown, wherein many placed their hopes. The Guises were, in the 16th century, the representatives and the champions of these different cliques and interests, religious or political, sincere in their belief or shameless in their avidity, and all united under the flag of the Catholic Church. And so, when they came into power, there was nothing, says a Protestant chronicler, but fear and trembling at their name. Their acts of government soon confirmed the fears as well as the hopes they had inspired. During the last 6 months of 1559 the edict issued by Henry II. From Ecouen was not only strictly enforced, but aggravated by fresh edicts. A special chamber was appointed and chosen among the Parliament of Paris, which was to have sole cognizance of crimes and offences against the Catholic religion. A proclamation of the new king, Francis II., ordained that houses in which assemblies of Reformers took place should be razed and demolished. It was death to the promoters of unlawful assemblies for purposes of religion or for any other cause. Another royal act provided that all persons, even relatives, who received amongst them any one condemned for heresy, should seize him and bring him to justice, in default whereof they would suffer the same penalty as he. Individual condemnations and executions abounded after these general measures. Between the 2nd of August and the 31st of December, 1559, 18 persons were burned alive for open heresy, or for having refused to communicate according to the rites of the Catholic Church, or go to mass, or for having hawked about forbidden books. Finally, in December, the 5 councillors of the Parliament of Paris, whom 6 months previously Henry II. Had ordered to be arrested and shut up in the Bastille, were dragged from prison and brought to trial. The chief of them, Anne du Bourg, nephew of Anthony du Bourg, Chancellor of France under Francis II., defended himself with pious and patriotic persistency, being determined to exhaust all points of law and all the chances of justice he could hope for without betraying his faith. Everything shows that he had nothing to hope for from his judges. One of them, the President Minard, as he was returning from the palace on the evening of December 12, 1559, was killed by a pistol shot. The assassin could not be discovered, but the crime, naturally ascribed to some friend of Dubourg, served only to make certain and to hasten the death of the prisoner on trial. Dubourg was condemned on the 22nd of December, and heard unmoved the reading of his sentence. "I forgive my judges," said he. "They have judged according to their own lights, not according to the light that comes from on high. Put out your fires, ye senators. Be converted and live happily. Think without ceasing of God and on God." After these words, which were taken down by the clerk of the court, and which I have here copied, says De Thou, Dubourg was taken on the 23rd of December in a tumbrel to the Place de Grève. As he mounted the ladder, he was heard repeating several times, "Forsake me not, my God, for fear lest I forsake thee." He was strangled before he was cast into the flames, the sole favor his friends could obtain for him. But extreme severity on the part of the powers that be is effectual only when it falls upon a country or upon parties that are effete with age, or already vanquished and worn out by long struggles, when, on the contrary, it is brought to bear upon parties in the flush of youth, eager to proclaim and propagate themselves. So far from intimidating them, it animates them, and thrusts them into the arena into which they were themselves quite eager to enter. As soon as the rule of the Catholic, in the persons and the actions of the Guises, became sovereign and aggressive, the threatened Reformers put themselves into the attitude of defence. They too had got for themselves great leaders, some valiant and ardent, others prudent or even timid, but forced to declare themselves when the common cause was greatly imperilled. The House of Bourbon, issuing from St. Louis, had for its representatives in the 16th century Anthony de Bourbon, King of Navarre, and husband of Jeanne d'Albret, and his brother Louis de Bourbon, Prince of Conde. The King of Navarre, weak and irresolute, though brave enough, wavered between Catholicism and the Reformation, inclining rather in his heart to the cause of the Reformation, to which the queen his wife, who at first showed indifference, had been long before passionately attached. His brother, the Prince of Conde, young, fiery, and often flighty and rash, put himself openly at the head of the Reformed party. The House of Bourbon held itself to be the rival perforce of the House of Lorraine. It had among the high noblesse of France 2 allies, more fitted than any others for fighting and for command, Admiral de Coligny and his brother Francis d'Andelot, both of them nephews of the Constable Anne de Montmorency, both of them already experienced and famous warriors, and both of them devoted heart and soul to the cause of the Reformation. Thus, at the accession of Francis II., when the Catholic party, by means of the Guises, and with the support of the majority of the country, took in hand the government of France, the reforming party ranged themselves round the King of Navarre, the Prince of Conde, and Admiral de Coligny, and became, under their direction, though in a minority, a powerful opposition, able and ready on the one hand to narrowly watch and criticize the actions of those who were in power, and on the other to claim for their own people, not by any means freedom as a general principle in the constitution of the state, but free manifestation of their faith, and free exercise of their own form of worship. Apart from, we do not mean to say above, these two great parties, which were arrayed in the might and appeared as the representatives of the national ideas and feelings, the queen mother, Catherine de' Medici, was quietly labouring to form another, more independent of the public, and more docile to herself, and above all faithful to the crown and to the interests of the kingly house and its servants; a party strictly Catholic, but regarding as a necessity the task of humouring the Reformers and granting them such concessions as might prevent explosions fraught with peril to the state; a third party, Thiers' part, as we should say nowadays, politic and prudent, somewhat lavish of promises without being sure of the power to keep them, not much embarrassed at having to change attitude and language according to the shifting phases of the moment, and anxious above everything to maintain public peace and to put off questions which it could not solve pacifically. In the 16th century, as at every other time, worthy folk of moderate views and nervous temperaments, ambitious persons combining greed with suppleness, old servants of the crown, and officials full of scruples and far from bold in the practical part of government, were the essential elements of this party. The Constable de Montmorency sometimes issued forth from Chantilly to go and aid the queen mother, in whom he had no confidence, but whom he preferred to the Guises. A former councillor of the Parliament, for a long while chancellor under Francis I. and Henry II., and again summoned under Francis II. by Catherine de' Medici to the same post, Francis Olivier, was an honorable executant of the party's indecisive but moderate policy. He died on the 15th of March, 1560, and Catherine, in concert with the Cardinal of Lorraine, had the chancellorship thus vacated conferred upon Michael de l'Hôpital, a magistrate already celebrated and designed to become still more so. As soon as he entered upon this great office he made himself remarkable by the marvellous ability he showed in restraining within bounds the Lorraines themselves, whose servant he was, says the Protestant chronicler Renier de la Planche. To those who had the public weal at heart he gave hope that all would at last turn out well, provided that he were let alone, and, to tell the truth, it would be impossible to adequately describe the prudence he displayed, for, assuredly, although if he had taken a shorter road towards manfully opposing the mischiefs he would have had more deserved praise, and God would perhaps have blessed his constancy, yet, so far as one can judge, he alone, by his moderate behavior, was the instrument made use of by God for keeping back many an impetuous flood, under which every Frenchman would have been submerged. External appearances, however, seemed to the contrary. In short, when any one represented to him some trouble that was coming, he always had these words on his lips: "Patience, patience, all will go well." This philosophical and patriotic confidence on the part of Chancellor de l'Hôpital was fated to receive some cruel falsifications. End of Section 32. Recording by John Fricker. Section 33 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Fricker. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 32. Francis II. July 10th, 1559 to December 5th, 1560. Part 2. A few months, and hardly so much, after the accession of Francis II., a serious matter brought into violent collision the three parties whose characteristics and dispositions have just been described. The supremacy of the Guises was insupportable to the Reformers, and irksome to many lukewarm or wavering members of the Catholic nobility. An edict of the king's had revoked all the graces and alienations of domains granted by his father. The crown refused to pay its most lawful debts, and duns were flocking to the court. To get rid of them, the Cardinal of Lorraine had a proclamation issued by the king, warning all persons of whatever condition who had come to Dun for payment of debts, for compensations, or for graces, to take themselves off within 24 hours on pain of being hanged. and that it might appear how seriously meant the threat was, a very conspicuous gibbet was erected at Fontainebleau, close to the palace. It was a shocking affront. The malcontents at once made up to the Reformers. Independently of the general oppression and perils under which these latter labored, they were liable to meet everywhere, at the corners of streets, men posted on the lookout, who insulted them and denounced them to the magistrates if they did not uncover themselves before the Madonnas set up in their way, or if they did not join in the litanies chanted before them. A repetition of petty requisitions soon becomes an odious tyranny. An understanding was established between very different sorts of malcontents. They all said and spread about that the Guises were the authors of these oppressive and unjustifiable acts. They made common cause in seeking for means of delivering themselves, at the same time drawing an open distinction between the Guises and the king, the latter of whom there was no idea of attacking. The inviolability of kings and the responsibility of ministers, those two fundamental maxims of a free monarchy, had already become fixed ideas. But how were they to be taken advantage of and put in practice when the institutions whereby political liberty exerts its power and keeps itself secure were not in force? The malcontents, whether Reformers or Catholics, all cried out for the States General. Those of Tours in 1484, under Charles VIII., had left behind them a momentous and an honoured memory, but the Guises and their partisans energetically rejected this cry. They told the king that whoever spoke of convoking the States General was his personal enemy and guilty of high treason, for his people would fain impose law upon him from whom they ought to take it. In such sort there would be left to him nothing of a king but the bare title. The queen mother, though all the while giving fair words to the malcontents, whether Reformers or others, was also disquieted at their demands, and she wrote to her son-in-law, Philip II., King of Spain, that they wanted by means of the said states to reduce her to the condition of a maid of all work. Whereupon Philip replied that he would willingly employ all his forces to uphold the authority of the king his brother-in-law and of his ministers, and that he had 40,000 men all ready in case anybody should be bold enough to attempt to violate it. In their perplexity, the malcontents, amongst whom the Reformers were becoming day by day the most numerous and the most urgent, determined to take the advice of the greatest lawyers and most celebrated theologians of France and Germany. They asked whether it would be permissible, with a good conscience, and without falling into the crime of high treason, to take up arms for the purpose of securing the persons of the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine, and forcing them to render an account of their administration. The doctors, on being consulted, answered that it would be allowable to oppose by force the far from legitimate supremacy of the Guises, provided that it were done under the authority of princes of the blood, born administrators of the realm in such cases, and with the consent of the orders composing the state, or the greatest and soundest portion of these orders. A meeting of the princes, who were hostile to the Guises, were held at Vendôme to deliberate as to the conduct to be adopted in this condition of opinions and parties. The King of Navarre and his brother the Prince of Conde, Coligny, Dandelot, and some of their most intimate friends took part in it, and d'André, confidential secretary to the Constable de Montmorency, was present. The Prince of Conde was for taking up arms at once and swoop down upon the Guises, taking them by surprise. Coligny formally opposed to this plan. The king, at his majority, had a right, he said, to choose his own advisers. No doubt it was a deplorable thing to see foreigners at the head of affairs, but the country must not, for the sake of removing them, be rashly exposed to the scourge of civil war. Perhaps it would be enough if the queen mother were made acquainted with the general discontent. The constable's secretary coincided with Coligny, whose opinion was carried. It was agreed that the Prince of Conde should restrain his ardor and let himself be vaguely regarded as the possible leader of the enterprise if it were to take place, but without giving it, until further notice, his name and co-operation. He was called the Mute Captain. There was need of a less conspicuous and more pronounced leader for that which was becoming a conspiracy, and one soon presented itself in the person of Godfrey de Barry, Lord of La Renaudie, a nobleman of an ancient family of Perigord, well known to Duke Francis of Guise, under whose orders he had served valiantly at Metz in 1552, and who had for some time protected him against the consequences of a troublesome trial, at which La Renaudie had been found guilty by the Parliament of Paris of forging and uttering false titles. Being forced to leave France, he retired into Switzerland, to Lausanne and Geneva, where it was not long before he showed the most passionate devotion for the Reformation. He was a man, says de Thou, of quick and insinuating wits, ready to undertake anything, and burning with desire to avenge himself and wipe out by some brilliant deed the infamy of a sentence which he had incurred rather through another's than his own crime. He, then, readily offered his services to those who were looking out for a second leader, and he undertook to scour the kingdom in order to win over the men whose names had been given him. He got from them all a promise to meet at Nantes in February 1560, and he there made them a long and able speech against the Guises, ending by saying, God bids us to obey kings even when they ordain unjust things, and there is no doubt but that they who resist the powers that God has set up to do resist his will. We have this advantage, that we, ever full of submission to the prince, are set against none but the traitors hostile to their king and their country, and so much more dangerous in that they nestle in the very bosom of the state, and, in the name and clothed with the authority of a king who is a mere child, are attacking the kingdom and the king himself. Now, in order that you may not suppose that you will be acting herein against your consciences, I am quite willing to be the first to protest and take God to witness that I will not think or say or do anything against the king, against the queen his mother, against the princes his brothers, or against those of his blood, and that, on the contrary, I will defend their majesty and their dignity, and at the same time the authority of the laws and the liberty of the country against the tyranny of a few foreigners. Out of so large an assemblage, adds the historian, there was not found to be one whom so delicate an enterprise caused to recoil, or who asked for time to deliberate. It was agreed that, before anything else, a large number of persons, without arms and free from suspicion, should repair to court, and there present a petition to the king, beseeching him not to put pressure upon consciences any more, and to permit the free exercise of religion, that at almost the same time a chosen body of horsemen should repair to Blois, where the king was, that their accomplices should admit them into the town and present a new petition to the king against the Guises, and that, if the princes would not withdraw and give an account of their administration, they should be attacked sword in hand; and lastly, that the Prince of Conde, who had wished his name to be kept secret up to that time, should put himself at the head of the conspirators. The 15th of June was the day fixed for the execution of it all. But the Guises were warned. One of La Renaudie's friends had revealed the conspiracy to the Cardinal of Lorraine's secretary, and from Spain, Germany, and Italy they received information as to the conspiracy hatched against them. The cardinal, impetuous and pusillanimous too, was for calling out the troops at once, but his brother the duke, who was not easily startled, was opposed to anything demonstrative. They removed the king to the castle of Amboise, a safer place than the town of Blois, and they concerted measures with the queen mother, to whom the conspirators were, both in their plans and in their personas, almost as objectionable as to them. She wrote in a style of affectionate confidence to Coligny, begging him to come to Amboise and give her his advice. He arrived in company with his brother Dandelot, and urged the queen mother to grant the Reformers liberty of conscience and of worship, the only way to checkmate all the mischievous designs, and to restore peace to the kingdom. Something of what he advised was done. A royal decree was published and carried up to the Parliament on the 15th of March, ordaining the abolition of every prosecution on account of religion, in respect of the past only, and under reservations which rendered the grace almost inappreciable. The Guises, on their side, wrote to the Constable de Montmorency to inform him of the conspiracy, of which you will feel as great horror as we do, and they signed "Your thoroughly best friends." The Prince of Conde himself, though informed about the discovery of the plot, repaired to Amboise without showing any signs of being disconcerted at the cold reception offered him by the Lorraine princes. The Duke of Guise, always bold, even in his precautions, found an honorable means of making sure of him, says Castelnau, by giving him the guard at a gate of the town of Amboise, where he had him under watch and ward himself. The lords and gentlemen attached to the court made sallies all around Amboise to prevent any unexpected attack. They caught a great many troops madly led and badly equipped. Many poor folks, in utter despair and without a leader, asked pardon as they threw down upon the ground some wretched arms they bore, and declared that they knew no more about the enterprise than that there had been a time appointed them to see a petition presented to the king, which concerned the welfare of his service and that of the kingdom. On the 18th of March, La Renaudie, who was scouring the country, seeking to rally his men, encountered a body of royal horse, who were equally hotly in quest of the conspirators. The two detachments attacked one another furiously. La Renaudie was killed, and his body, which was carried to Amboise, was strung up to a gallows on the bridge above the Loire with this scroll: "This is La Renaudie, called La Forest, captain of the rebels, leader and author of the sedition." Disorder continued for several days in the surrounding country, but the surprise attempted against the Guises was a failure, and the important result of the riot of Amboise (tumulte d'Amboise), as it was called, was an ordinance of Francis II., who, on the 17th of March, 1560, appointed Duke Francis of Guise his lieutenant general, representing him in person absent and present in this good town of Amboise and other places of the realm, with full power, authority, commission, and special mandate to assemble all the princes, lords, and gentlemen, and generally to command, order, provide, and dispose of all things requisite and necessary. The young king was, nevertheless, according to what appears, somewhat troubled at all this uproar, and at the language of the conspirators. "I don't know how it is," said he sometimes to Guise, "but I hear it said that people are against you only. I wish you could be away from here for a time, that we might see whether it is you or I that they are against." But the Guises set about removing this idea by telling the king that neither he nor his brothers would live 1 hour after their departure, and that the House of Bourbon were only seeking how to exterminate the king's house. The caresses of the young Queen Mary Stuart were enlisted in support of these assertions of her uncles. They made a cruel use of their easy victory for a whole month, according to contemporary chronicles. There was nothing but hanging or drowning folks. The Loire was covered with corpses strung 6, 8, 10, and 15 to long poles. What was strange to see, says Renier de la Planche, and had never been wont under any form of government, they were led out to execution without having any sentence pronounced against them publicly, or having the cause of their death declared, or having their names mentioned. They of the Guises reserved the chief of them, after dinner, to make sport for the ladies. The two sexes were ranged at the windows of the castle, as if it were a question of seeing some mummery played; and, what is worse, the king and his young brothers were present at these spectacles, as if the desire were to blood them. The sufferers were pointed out to them by the Cardinal of Lorraine with all the signs of a man greatly rejoiced, and when the poor wretches died with more than usual firmness, he would say, "See, sir, what brazenness and madness! The fear of death cannot abate their pride and felonry." What would they do, then, if they had you in their clutches? It was too much vengeance to take, and too much punishment to inflict for a danger so short-lived and so strictly personal. So hideous was the spectacle that the Duchess of Guise, Anne d'Este, daughter of René of France, Duchess of Ferrara, took her departure one day, saying as she did so to Catherine de' Medici, "Ah, madame, what a whirlwind of hatred is gathering about the heads of my poor children!" There was throughout a considerable portion of the country a profound feeling of indignation against the Guises. One of their victims, Villemongey, just as it came to his turn to die, plunged his hands into his comrade's blood, saying, "Heavenly Father, this is the blood of thy children, thou wilt avenge it." Jean d'Aubigné, a nobleman of Saint-Agne, as he passed through Amboise one market day with his son, a little boy 8 years old, stopped before the heads fixed upon the posts, and said to the child, "My boy, spare not thy head after mine to avenge these brave chiefs. If thou spare thyself, thou shalt have my curse upon thee." The Chancellor Olivier himself, for a long while devoted to the Guises, but now seriously ill and disquieted about the future of his soul, said to himself quite low, as he saw the Cardinal of Lorraine, from whom he had just received a visit, going out, "Ah, Cardinal, you are getting us all damned." The mysterious chieftain, the mute captain of the conspiracy of Amboise, Prince Louis of Conde, remained unattained, and he remained at Amboise itself. People were astounded at his security. He had orders not to move away. His papers were seized by the grand prelate, but his coolness and his pride did not desert him for an instant. We will borrow from the Histoire des Princes de Conde, by the Duke of Aumale, the present heir, and a worthy one, of that line, the account of his appearance before Francis II. In full council, in presence of the two queens, the knights of the order, and the great officers of the crown, "As I am certified," said he, "that I have near the king's person enemies who are seeking the ruin of me and mine, I have begged him to do me so much favor as to hear my answer in this company here present. Now I declare that, save his own person and the persons of his brothers, of the queen his mother, and of the queen regent, those who have reported that I was chief and leader of certain sedition mongers, who are said to have conspired against his person and state, have falsely and miserably lied. And renouncing for the nonce my quality as prince of the blood, which I hold, however, of God alone, I am ready to make them confess, at the sword's point, that they are cowards and rascals, themselves seeking the subversion of the state and the crown, whereof I am bound to promote the maintenance by a better title than my accusers. If there be amongst those present any one who has made such a report and will maintain it, let him declare as much this moment." The Duke of Guise, rising to his feet, protested that he could not bear to have so great a prince any longer calumniated, and offered to be his second. Conde, profiting by the effect produced by his proud language, demanded and obtained leave to retire from the court, which he quitted at once. End of Section 33. Recording by John Fricker. Section 34 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Fricker. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 32. Francis II. July 10th, 1559 to December 5th, 1560. Part 3. All seemed to be over, but the whole of France had been strongly moved by what had just taken place, and though the instructions which invite a people to interfere in its own destinies were not, at the date of the 16th century, in regular and effective working order, there was everywhere felt, even at court, the necessity of ascertaining the feeling of the country. On all sides there was a demand for the convocation of the States General. The Guises and the queen mother, who dreaded this great and independent national power, attempted to satisfy public opinion by calling an assembly of notables, not at all numerous and chosen by themselves. It was summoned to meet on August 21st, 1560, at Fontainebleau, in the apartments of the queen mother. Some great lords, certain bishops, the Constable de Montmorency, 2 marshals of France, the privy councillors, the knights of the order, the secretaries of state and finance, Chancellor de l'Hôpital and Coligny took part in it. The King of Navarre and the Prince of Conde did not respond to the summons they received. The constable rode up with the following of 600 horse. The first day was fully taken up by a statement, presented to the Assembly by l'Hôpital, of the evils that had fallen upon France, and by a declaration on the part of the Guises that they were ready to render an account of their administration and of their actions. Next day, just as the Bishop of Valence was about to speak, Coligny went up to the king, made 2 genuflections, stigmatized in energetic terms the Amboise conspiracy and every similar enterprise, and presented 2 petitions, one intended for the king himself, and the other for the queen mother. "They were forwarded to me in Normandy," said he, "by faithful Christians, who make their prayers to God in accordance with the true rules of piety. They ask for nothing but the liberty of holding their own creed, and that of having temples and celebrating their worship in certain fixed places. If necessary, this petition would be signed by 50,000 persons." "And I," said the Duke of Guise, brusquely, "would find 1,000,000 to sign a contrary petition." This incident went no further between the two speakers. A great discussion began as to the reforms desirable in the Church, and as to the convocation of a general council, or, in default thereof, a national council. The Cardinal of Lorraine spoke last, and vehemently attacked the petitions presented by Admiral de Coligny. "Though couched in moderate and respectful terms," said he, "this document is, at bottom, insolent and seditious. It is as much as to say that those gentry would be obedient and submissive if the king would be pleased to authorize their mischievous sentiments. For the rest," he added, "as it is merely a question of improving morals and putting in force strict discipline, the meeting of a council, whether general or national, appears to me quite unnecessary. I consent to the holding of the States General." The opinion of the Cardinal of Lorraine was adopted by the king, the queen mother, and the assemblage. An edict, dated August 26, convoked a meeting of the States General at Meaux on the 10th of December following. As to the question of a council, general or national, it was referred to the decisions of the Pope and the bishops of France. Meanwhile, it was announced that the punishment of sectaries would for the present be suspended, but that the king reserved to himself and his judges the right of severely chastising those who had armed the populace and kindled sedition. Thus it was, adds De Thou, that the Protestant religion, hitherto so hated, began to be tolerated, and in a manner authorized by consent of its enemies themselves. The elections to the States General were very stormy. All parties displayed the same ardor, the Guises by identifying themselves more and more with the Catholic cause, and employing, to further its triumph, all the resources of the government; the Reformers by appealing to the rights of liberty and to the passions bred of sect and of local independence. A royal decree was addressed to all the bailiffs of the kingdom. "Ye shall not fail," said the king to them, "to keep your eyes open and give orders that such mischievous spirits as may be composed of the remnants of the Amboise rebellion, or other gentry, studious of innovation and alteration in the state, be so discovered and restrained that they be not able to corrupt by their machinations, under whatsoever pretext they may hide them, simple folks led on by confidence in the clemency whereof we have heretofore made use." The bailiffs followed, for the most part successfully, but in some cases vainly, the instructions they had received. One morning in December, 1560, the Duke of Guise was visited by a courier from the Comte de Villars, governor of Languedoc. He informed the duke that the deputies of that province had just been appointed, and that they all belonged to the new religion, and were amongst the most devoted to the sect. There was not a moment to lose, for they were men of wits, general reputation, and circumspection. The governor was very vexed at not having been able to prevent their election and departure, but plurality of votes had carried the day against him. This despatch was no sooner received than some men were got ready to go and meet those deputies, in order to put them in the place where they would never have been able to do good or harm. The deputies of Languedoc escaped this ambuscade, and arrived safe and sound at Orleans; but they were kept under strict watch, and their papers were confiscated up to the moment when the death of the king occurred to deliver them from all fear. In Provence, in Dauphiny, in the courtship of Avignon, at Lyons, on occasion and in the midst of the electoral struggle, several local risings, seizures of arms, and surprisals of towns took place and disturbed the public peace. There was not yet religious civil war, but there were the preparatory note and symptoms of it. At the same time that they were thus laboring to keep out of the approaching States General adversaries of obscure rank and belonging to the people, the Guises had very much at heart a desire that the general leaders of the Reformers and of the Catholic malcontents, especially the two princes of the House of Bourbon, the King of Navarre and the Prince of Conde, should come to this assembly, and there find themselves under the thumb of their enemies. They had not gone to the assemblage of the notables of Fontainebleau, and their hostility to the Guises had been openly shown during and since that absence. Nothing was left untried to attract them, not to Meaux any longer, but to Orleans, whither the meeting of the States General had been transferred. King Francis II., a docile instrument in the hands of his uncles and his young queen, their niece, wrote letter after letter to the King of Navarre, urging him to bring with him his brother the Prince of Conde, to clear himself of the accusations brought against him by these miserable heretics who made marvellous charges against him. Conde would easily prove the falsity of the assertions made by these rascals. The King of Navarre still hesitated. The king insisted haughtily. "I should be sorry," he wrote on the 30th of August, 1560, "that into the heart of a person of such good family, and one that touches me so nearly, so miserable an inclination should have entered. Being able to assure you that whereinsoever he refuses to obey me, I shall know perfectly well how to make it felt that I am king." The Prince of Conde's mother in law, the Countess of Roye, wrote to the queen mother that the prince would appear at court if the king commanded it; but she begged her beforehand not to think it strange if, on going to a place where his most cruel enemies had every power, he went attended by his friends. Whether she really were, or only pretended to be, shocked at what looked like a threat, Catherine replied that no person in France had a right to approach the king in any other wise than his ordinary following, and that, if the Prince of Conde went to court with a numerous escort, he would find the king still better attended. At last the King of Navarre and his brother made up their minds. How could they elude formal orders? Armed resistance had become the only possible resource, and the Prince of Conde lacked means to maintain it. His scarcity of money was such that, in order to procure him 1,000 gold coins, his mother in law had been obliged to pledge her castle of Germany to the Constable de Montmorency. In spite of fears and remonstrances on the part of their most sincere friends, the two chiefs of the House of Bourbon left their homes and set out for Orleans. On their arrival before Poitiers, great was their surprise. The governor, Montpezat, shut the gates against them as public enemies. They were on the point of abruptly retracing their steps, but Montpezat had ill understood his instructions. He ought to have kept an eye upon the Bourbons without displaying any bad disposition towards them, so long as they prosecuted their journey peacefully. The object was, on the contrary, to heap upon them marks of respect and neglect nothing to give them confidence. Marshal de Termes, despatched in hot haste, went to open the gates of Poitiers to the princes, and receive them there with the honors due to them. They resumed their route, and arrived on the 30th of October at Orleans. The reception they there met with cannot be better described than it has been by the Duke of Aumale. Not one of the crown's officers came to receive the princes. No honor was paid them. The streets were deserted, silent, and occupied by a military guard. In conformity with usage, the King of Navarre presented himself on horseback at the great gate of the royal abode. It remained closed. He had to pocket the insult and pass on foot through the wicket, between a double row of gentlemen wearing an air of insolence. The king awaited the princes in his chamber. Behind him were ranged the Guises and the principal lords. Not a word, not a salutation on their part. After this freezing reception, Francis II. Conducted the two brothers to his mother, who received them, according to the Renier de la Planche's expression, with crocodile's tears. The Guises did not follow them thither in order to escape any personal dispute, and so as not to be hearers of the severe words which they had themselves dictated to the young monarch. The king questioned Conde sharply, but the latter, who was endowed with great courage and spoke as well as ever any prince or gentleman in the world, was not at all startled, and defended his cause with many good and strong reasons, protesting his own innocence and accusing the Guises of calumniation. When he haughtily alluded to the word of honor which had been given him, the king, interrupting him, made a sign, and the two captains of the guard, Breze and Chauvigny, entered and took the prince's sword. He was conducted to a house in the city near the Jacobins, which was immediately barred, crenellated, surrounded by soldiers, and converted into a veritable Bastille. Whilst they were removing him thither, Conde exclaimed loudly against this brazen violation of all the promises of safety by which he had been lured on when urged to go to Orleans. The only answer received was his committal to absolutely solitary confinement and the withdrawal of his servants. The King of Navarre vainly asked to have his brother's custody confided to him. He obtained nothing but a coarse refusal, and he himself, separated from his escort, was kept under ocular supervision in his apartment. The trial of the Prince of Conde commenced immediately. He was brought before the Privy Council. He claimed, as a prince of the blood and knight of the Order of St. Michael, he had his right to be tried only by the Court of Parliament furnished with the proper complement of peers and knights of the order. This latter safeguard was worth noting in his case, for there had been created just lately 18 new knights, all friends and creatures of the Guises. His claim, however, was rejected, and he repeated it, at the same time refusing to reply to any interrogation, and appealing from the king ill advised to the king better advised. A priest was sent to celebrate mass in his chamber, but "I came," said he, "to clear myself from the calumnies alleged against me, which is of more consequence to me than hearing mass." He did not attempt to conceal his antipathy towards the Guises and the part he had taken in the hostilities directed against them. An officer, to whom permission had been given to converse with him in presence of his custodians, told him that an appointment (accommodation) with the Duke of Guise would not be an impossibility for him. "Appointment between him and me," answered Conde, "it can only be at the point of the lance." The Duchess Renée of Ferrara, daughter of Louis XII., having come to France at this time, went to Orleans to pay her respects to the king. The Duke of Guise was her son in law, and she reproached him bitterly with Conde's trial. "You have just opened," said she, "a wound which will bleed a long while. They who have dared to attack the persons of the blood royal have always found it a bad job." The prince asked to see, in the presence of such persons as the knight might appoint, his wife, Eleanor of Roye, who, from the commencement of the trial, solicited this favor night and day, often throwing herself on her knees before the king with tears incredible; but the Cardinal of Lorraine, fearing lest his Majesty should be moved with compassion, drove away the princess most rudely, saying that if she had her due she would herself be placed in the lowest dungeon. For them of Guise the princess was a thorn in the flesh, for she lacked not wits or language or courage, insomuch that they had some discussion about making away with her. She demanded that at any rate able lawyers might act as counsel for her husband. Peter Robert and Francis de Marillac, advocates of renown in the Parliament of Paris, were appointed by the king for that purpose, but their assistance proved perfectly useless. On the 26th of November, 1560, the Prince of Conde was sentenced to death, and the sentence was to be carried out on the 10th of December, the very day of the opening of the States General. Most of the historians say that when it came to a question of signing it, 3 judges only, Chancellor de l'Hôpital, the Councillor of State de Portel, and the aged Count of Sancerre, Louis de Buhl, refused to put their names to it. "For my part," said the scrupulous Titheux, "I can see nothing quite certain as to all that. I believe that the sentence of death was drawn up and not signed. I remember to have heard it so said a long while afterwards by my father, a truthful and straightforward man, to whom this form of sentence had always been distasteful." Many contemporaries report, and Titheux accords credence to the report, that in order to have nothing more to fear from the House of Bourbon, the Guises had resolved to make away with King Anthony of Navarre, as well as his brother the Prince of Conde, but by another process. Feeling persuaded that it would be impossible to obtain against the elder brother a sentence ever so little in accordance with justice, for his conduct had been very reserved, they had, it is said, agreed that King Francis II. should send for the King of Navarre into his closet, and reproach him severely for his secret complicity with his brother Conde, and that, if the King of Navarre defended himself stubbornly, he should be put to death on the spot by men posted there for the purpose. It is even added that Francis II. was to strike the first blow. Catherine de' Medici, who was beginning to be disquieted at the arrogance and success of the Lorraine princes, sent warning of this peril to the King of Navarre by Jacqueline de Longueville, Duchess of Montpensier, and just as he was proceeding to the royal audience, from which he was not sure to return, Anthony de Bourbon, who was wanting in head rather than in heart, said to Renty, one of his gentlemen, "If I die yonder, carry my blood-stained shirt to my wife and my son, and tell my wife to send it round to the foreign princes of Christendom, that they may avenge my death, as my son is not yet of sufficient age." We may remark that the wife was Jeanne d'Albret, and the son was to be Henry IV. According to the chroniclers, when Francis II. Looked in the eyes of the man he was to strike, his fierce resolve died away. The King of Navarre retired, safe and sound, from the interview, and the Duke of Guise, irritated at the weakness of the king his master, muttered between his teeth, "'Tis the very whitest liver that ever was." In spite of Titheux's endorsement of this story, it is doubtful whether its authenticity can be admitted. If the interview between the two kings took place, prudence on the part of the King of Navarre seems to be quite as likely an explanation of the result as hesitation to become a murderer on the part of Francis II. One day Conde was playing cards with some officers on guard over him, when a servant of his, who had been permitted to resume attendance on his master, pretending to approach him for the purpose of picking up a card, whispered in his ear, "Our gentleman is crocked." The prince, mastering his emotion, finished his game. He then found means of being for a moment alone with his servant, and learned from him that Francis II. Was dead. On the 17th of November, 1560, as he was mounting his horse to go hunting, he fainted suddenly. He appeared to have recovered, and was even able to be present when the final sentence was pronounced against Conde, but on the 29th of November there was a fresh fainting fit. It appears that Ambrose Père, at that time the first surgeon of his day and a faithful reformer, informed his patron, Admiral Coligny, that there would not be long to wait, and that it was all over with the king. Up to the very last moment, either by themselves or through their niece Mary Stuart, the Guises preserved their influence over him. Francis II. sent for the King of Navarre to assure him that it was quite of his own accord, and not by advice of the Guises, that he had brought Conde to trial. He died on the 5th of December, 1560, of an effusion of the brain, resulting from a fistula and an abscess in the ear. Through a fog of brief or doubtful evidence we can see at the bedside of this dying king his wife, Mary Stuart, who gave him to the last of her tender ministrations, and Admiral de Coligny, who, when the king had heaved his last sigh, rose up, and with his air of pious gravity said aloud before the Cardinal of Lorraine and the others who were present, "Gentlemen, the king is dead. A lesson to us to live." At the same moment the Constable de Montmorency, who had been ordered some time ago to Orleans, but had, according to his practice, travelled but slowly, arrived suddenly at the city gate, threatening to hang the ill-informed keepers of it, who hesitated to let him enter, and hastened to fold in his arms his niece, the Princess of Conde, whom the death of Francis II. Restored to hope. End of Section 34. Recording by John Fricker.
Section 35 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 33. Charles IX and the Religious Wars, 1560 to 1574, Part 1. We now enter upon the era of the civil wars, massacres, and assassinations caused by religious fanaticism or committed on religious pretexts. The latter half of the 16th century is the time at which the human race saw the opening of that great drama of which religious liberty is the beginning and the end, and France was then the chief scene of it. At the close of the 15th and at the commencement of the 16th centuries, religious questions had profoundly agitated Christian Europe, but towards the middle of the latter century they had obtained in the majority of European states solutions which, however incomplete, might be regarded as definitive. Germany was divided into Catholic states and Protestant states, which had established between themselves relations of an almost pacific character. Switzerland was entering upon the same course. In England, Scotland, the Low Countries, the Scandinavian states, and the free towns their neighbours, the Reformation had prevailed, or was clearly tending to prevail. In Italy, Spain, and Portugal, on the contrary, the Reformation had been stifled, and Catholicism remained victorious. It was in France that, notwithstanding the inequality of forces, the struggle between Catholicism and Protestantism was most obstinately maintained and appeared for the longest time uncertain. After half a century of civil wars and massacres, it terminated in Henry IV, a Protestant king who turned Catholic, but who gave Protestants the Edict of Nantes, a precious though insufficient and precarious pledge, which served France as a point of departure towards religious liberty, and which protected it for nearly a century, in the midst of the brilliant victory won by Catholicism. Note: the Edict of Nantes, published by Henry IV. in 1598, was revoked by Louis XIV. In 1685. For more than 3 centuries, civilized Europe has been discussing, pro or con, the question of religious liberty, but from instinct and with passion far more than with a serious understanding of what is at the bottom of things. Even in our own day, it is not without difficulty that a beginning is being made to understand and accept that principle in its true sense and in all its bearings. Men were wonderfully far from it in 1560, at the accession of Charles IX., a child 10 years old. They were entering, in blind confidence, upon a religious war, in order to arrive, only after 4 centuries of strife and misconception, at a vindication of religious liberty. "Woe to thee, O country, that hast a child for king," said, in accordance with the Bible, the Venetian Michael Suriano, ambassador to France at that time. Around that royal child, and seeking to have the mastery over France by being masters over him, were struggling the 3 great parties at that time occupying the stage in the name of religion. The Catholics rejected altogether the idea of religious liberty for the Protestants. The Protestants had absolute need of it, for it was their condition of existence. But they did not wish for it in the case of the Catholics, their adversaries. The third party, Thiers' party, as we call it nowadays, wished to hold the balance continually wavering between the Catholics and the Protestants, conceding to the former and the latter alternately that measure of liberty which was indispensable for most imperfect maintenance of the public peace, and reconcilable with the sovereign power of the kingship. On such conditions was the government of Charles IX. To establish its existence. The death of Francis II. Put an end to a grand project of the Guises, which we do not find expressly indicated elsewhere than in the Memoirs of Michel de Castelnau, one of the best informed and most intelligent historians of the time. "Many Catholics," says he, "were then of opinion that, if the authority of the Duke of Guise had continued to be armed with that of the king as it had been, the Protestants would have had enough to do. For orders had been sent to all the principal lords of the kingdom, officers of the crown, and knights of the order, to show themselves in the said city of Orleans on Christmas Day at the opening of the States, for that they might be all made to sign the confession of the Catholic faith in presence of the king and the chapter of the order, together with all the members of the privy council, reporting masters of petitions, domestic officers of the king's household, and all the deputies of the estates. The same confession was to be published throughout all the said kingdom, in order to have it sworn by all the judges, magistrates, and officers, and, finally, all private persons from parish to parish. And, in default of doing so, proceedings were to be taken by seizures, condemnations, executions, banishments, and confiscations. And they who did repent themselves and abjured their Protestant religion were to be absolved." It is not to be supposed that, even if circumstances had remained as they were under the reign of Francis II., such a plan could have been successful, but it is intelligible that the Guises had conceived such an idea. They were victorious. They had just procured the condemnation to death of the most formidable amongst the Protestant princes, their adversary, Louis de Conde. They were threatening the life of his brother, the King of Navarre, and the House of Bourbon seemed to be on the point of disappearing beneath the blows of the ambitious, audacious, and by no means scrupulous House of Lorraine. Not even the prospect of Francis II.'s death arrested the Guises in their work and their hopes. When they saw that he was near his end, they made a proposal to the queen mother to unite herself completely with them, leaving the Prince of Conde to execution, rid herself of the King of Navarre, and become regent of the kingdom during the minority of her son Charles, taking them, the Lorraine princes and their party, for necessary partners in her government. But Catherine de' Medici was more prudent, more judicious, and more egotistical in her ambition than the Guises were in theirs. she was not, as they were, exclusively devoted to the Catholic party. It was power that she wanted, and she sought for it every day amongst the party or the mixtures of parties in a condition to give it her. She considered the Catholic party to be the strongest, and it was hers; but she considered the Protestant party strong enough to be feared, and to give her a certain amount of security and satisfaction; a security necessary, moreover, if peace at home and not civil war were to be the habitual and general condition of France. Catherine was, finally, a woman, and very skilful in the strifes of court and of government, whilst, on the field of battle, the victories, though won in her name, would be those of the Guises more than her own. Without openly rejecting the proposals they made to her under their common apprehension of Francis II.'s approaching death, she avoided making any reply. She had, no doubt, already taken her precautions and her measures in advance. Her confidante, Jacqueline de Longwy, Duchess of Montpensier, and a zealous Protestant, had brought to her rooms at night Anthony de Bourbon, King of Navarre, and Catherine had come to an agreement with him about the partition of power between herself and him at the death of the king her son. She had written to the Constable de Montmorency, a rival of the Guises, and their foe, though a staunch Catholic, to make haste to Orleans, where his presence would be required. As soon as Chancellor de l'Hopital became aware of the proposals which were being made by the Guises to the queen mother, he flew to her and opposed them with all the energy of his great and politic mind and sterling nature. Was she going to deliver the Prince of Conde to the scaffold, the House of Bourbon to ruin France to civil war, and the independence of the crown and of that royal authority which she was on the point of wielding herself, to the tyrannical domination of her rivals, the Lorraine princes, and of their party? Catherine listened with great satisfaction to this judicious and honest language. When the crown passed to her son Charles, she was free from any serious anxiety as to her own position and her influence in the government. The new king, on announcing to the Parliament the death of his brother, wrote to them that, confiding in the virtues and prudence of the queen mother, he had begged her to take in hand the administration of the kingdom with the wise counsel and advice of the King of Navarre and the notables and great personages of the late king's council. A few months afterwards the States General, assembling first at Orleans and afterwards at Pontoise, ratified this declaration by recognizing the placement of the young King Charles IX.'s guardianship in the hands of Catherine de' Medici, his mother, together with the principal direction of affairs, but without the title of regent. The King of Navarre was to assist her in the capacity of lieutenant general of the kingdom. 25 members, specially designated, were to form the king's privy council. And in the privacy of her motherly correspondence, Catherine wrote to the Queen of Spain, her daughter Elizabeth, wife of Philip II, "Madame, my dear daughter, all I shall tell you is, not to be the least anxious, and to rest assured that I shall spare no pains to so conduct myself that God and everybody may have occasion to be satisfied with me. You have seen the time when I was as happy as you are, not dreaming of ever having any greater trouble than that of not being loved as I should have liked to be by the king your father. God took him from me, and is not content with that. He has taken from me your brother, whom I loved you well know how much, and has left me with 3 young children, and in a kingdom where all is division, having therein not a single man in whom I can trust, and who has not some particular object of his own." The Queen Mother of France, who wrote to her daughter the Queen of Spain with such firmness of tone and such independence of spirit, was, to use the words of the Venetian ambassador John Michieli, who had lived at her court, a woman of 43, of affable manners, great moderation, superior intelligence, and ability in conducting all sorts of affairs, especially affairs of state. As mother, she has the personal management of the king. She allows no one else to sleep in his room, she is never away from him. As regent and head of the government, she holds everything in her hands, public offices, benefices, graces, and the seal which bears the king's signature, and which is called the cachet, privy seal or signet. In the council she allows the others to speak. She replies to anyone who needs it. She decides according to the advice of the council, or according to what she may have made up her own mind to. She opens the letters addressed to the king by his ambassadors and by all the ministers. She has great designs, and does not allow them to be easily penetrated. As for her way of living, she is very fond of her ease and pleasure. She observes few rules. She eats and drinks a great deal. She considers that she makes up for it by taking a great deal of exercise afoot and a horseback. She goes a hunting, and last year she always joined the king in his stag chases, through the woods and thick forests, a dangerous sort of chase for anyone who is not an excellent rider. She has an olive complexion, and is already very fat. Accordingly the doctors have not a good opinion of her life. She has a dower of 300,000 francs a year, double that of other queens dowager. She was formerly always in money difficulties and in debt. Now she not only keeps out of debt, but she spends and gives more liberally than ever. As soon as the reign of Charles IX. And the Queen Mother's government were established, notice was sent to the Prince of Conde that he was free. He refused to stir from prison. He would wait, he said, until his accusers were confined there. He was told that it was the king's express order, and was what Francis II. On his deathbed had himself impressed upon the King of Navarre. Conde determined to set out for La Fère, a place belonging to his brother Anthony de Bourbon, and there await fresh orders from the king. In February 1561 he left La Fère for Fontainebleau. On his road to Paris his friends flocked to him and made him a splendid escort. On approaching the king's palace, Conde separated himself from his following, and advanced alone with two of his most faithful friends. All the lords of the court, the Duke of Guise amongst them, went to meet him. On the 15th of March he was admitted to the Privy Council. Chancellor de l'Hopital, on the prince's own demand, affirmed that no charge had been found against him. The king declared his innocence in a deed signed by all the members of the council, and on the 13th of June, in solemn session, the Parliament of Paris, sitting as a court of peers, confirmed this declaration. Notwithstanding the Duke of Guise's co-operation in all these acts, Conde desired something of a more personal kind on his part. On the 24th of August at Saint-Germain, in presence of the king, the queen mother, the princes, and the court, the Duke of Guise, in reply to a question from the king, protested that he had not and would never have desired to put forward anything against the prince's honour, and that he had been neither the author nor the instigator of his imprisonment. "Sir," said Conde, "I consider wicked and contemptible him or them who caused it." "So I think, sir," answered Guise, "and it does not apply to me at all." Whereupon they embraced, and a report was drawn up of the ceremony, which was called their reconciliation. Just as it was ending, Marshal Francis de Montmorency, eldest son of the constable, and far more inclined than his father was towards the cause of the Reformers, arrived with a numerous troop of friends, whom he had mustered to do honour to Conde. The court was a little excited at this incident. The constable declared that, having the honour to be so closely connected with the princes of Bourbon, his son would have been to blame if he had acted differently. The aged warrior had himself negotiated this reconciliation, and when it was accomplished, and the Duke of Guise had performed his part in it with so much complaisance, the constable considered himself to be quits with his former allies, and free to follow his leaning towards the Catholic party. The veteran, says the Duke of Autnal, did not pique himself on being a theologian, but he was sincerely attached to the Catholic faith, because it was the old religion and the king's, and he separated himself definitively from those religious and political innovators whom he had at first seemed to countenance, and amongst whom he reckoned his nearest relatives. In vain did his eldest son try to hold him back. A close union was formed between the Constable de Montmorency, the Duke of Guise, and Marshal de Saint-Andre, and it became the Catholic triumvirate against which Catherine de' Medici had at one time to defend herself, and of which she had at another to avail herself in order to carry out the policy of seesaw she had adopted as her chief means of government. Before we call to mind and estimate as they deserve the actions of that government, we must give a correct idea of the moral condition of the people governed, of their unbridled passions, and of the share of responsibility reverting to them in the crimes and shocking errors of that period. It is a mistake and an injustice only too common to lay all the burden of such facts and the odium justly due to them upon the great actors almost exclusively whose name has remained attached to them in history. The people themselves have very often been the prime movers in them. They have very often preceded and urged on their masters in the black deeds which have sullied their history, and on the masses as well as on the leaders ought the just sentence of posterity to fall. The moment we speak of the Saint Bartholomew, it seems as if Charles IX., Catherine de' Medici, and the Guises issued from their grave to receive that sentence, and God forbid that we should wish to deliver them from it. But it hits the nameless populace of their day as well as themselves, and the hands of the people far more than the will of kings began the tale of massacres for religion's sake. This is no vague and general assertion, and, to show it, we shall only have to enumerate, with their dates, the principal facts of which history has preserved the memory, whilst stigmatizing them, with good reason, as massacres or murders. The greater number, as was to be expected, are deeds done by Catholics, for they were by far the more numerous and more frequently victorious. But Protestants also have sometimes deserved a place in this tragic category, and when we meet with them, we will assuredly not blot them out. End of section 35. Section 36 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 33. Charles IX. And the Religious Wars, 1560 to 1574. Part 2. We confine the enumeration to the reign of Charles IX., and in it we place only such massacres and murders as were not the results of any legal proceeding. We say nothing of judicial sentences and executions, however outrageous and iniquitous they may have been. The first fact which presents itself is a singular one. Admiral de Coligny's eldest brother, Odet de Chatillon, was a Catholic, Bishop of Beauvais, and a cardinal. In 1550 he had gone to Rome and had cooperated in the election of Pope Julius III. In 1554 he had published some Constitutions synodales, synodal regulations, to remedy certain abuses which had crept into his diocese, and in 1561 he proposed to make in the celebration of the Lord's Supper some modifications which smacked, it is said, of the innovations of Geneva. The populace of Beauvais were so enraged at this that they rose up against him, massacred a schoolmaster whom he tried to protect, and would have massacred the bishop himself if troops sent from Paris had not come to his assistance. In the same year, 1561, the Protestants had a custom of meeting at Paris for their religious exercises in a house called the Patriarch's House, very near the church of Saint Médard. On the 27th of December, whilst the Reformed minister was preaching, the Catholics had all the bells of Saint Médard rung in full peal. The minister sent 2 of his congregation to beg the incumbent to have the bell ringing stopped for a short time. The mob threw themselves upon the 2 messengers. One was killed, and the other, after making a stout defence, returned badly wounded to the Patriarch's house, and fell dead at the preacher's feet. The provost of tradesmen was for having the bells stopped. the riot became violent. The house of the Reformers was stormed, and the provost's archers had great difficulty in putting a stop to the fight. More than 100 persons, it is said, were killed or wounded. In 1562, in the month of February, whilst the Guises were travelling in Germany with the object of concluding, in the interests of policy, alliances with some German Lutheran princes, disturbances broke out at Cahors, Amiens, Sens, and Tours, between the Protestants and the Catholics. Which of the two began them? It would be difficult to determine. The passions that lead to insult, attack, defence, and vengeance were mutually felt and equally violent on both sides. Montluc was sent to Guienne by the Queen Mother to restore order there, but nearly everywhere he laid the blame on the Protestants. His Memoirs prove that he harried them without any form of justice. "At Sauveterre," says he, "I caught 5 or 6, all of whom I had hanged without expense of paper or ink, and without giving them a hearing, for those gentry are regular Chrysostoms (parle d'or). I was informed that at Gironde there were 60 or 80 Huguenots belonging to them of La Reole, who had retreated thither, the which were all taken, and I had them hanged to the pillars of the market place without further ceremony. One hanged has more effect than 100 slain." When Montluc took Montsegur, the massacre lasted for 10 hours or more, says he, because search was made for them in the houses. The dead were counted, and found to be more than 700. Almost at the very time at which Montluc, who had been sent to Guienne to restore order there between the Catholics and the Protestants, was treating the latter with this shocking severity, an incident, more serious because of the rank of the persons concerned, took place at Vassy, a small town in Champagne, near which the Duke of Guise passed on returning from Germany. Hearing as he went the sound of bells, he asked what it meant. "It is the church of the Huguenots of Vassy," was the answer. "Are there many of them?" asked the duke. He was told that there were, and that they were increasing more and more. "Then," says the chronicler, "he began to mutter and to put himself in a white heat, gnawing his beard, as he was wont to do when he was enraged or had a mind to take vengeance." Did he turn aside out of his way with his following to pass right through Vassy, or did he confine himself to sending some of his people to bring him an account of what was happening there? When a fact which was at the outset insignificant has become a great event, it is hardly possible to arrive at any certain knowledge of the truth as to the small details of its origin. Whatever may have been the case in the first instance, a quarrel and, before long, a struggle, began between the preacher's congregation and the prince's following. Being informed of the matter whilst he was at table, the Duke of Guise rose up, went to the spot, found the combatants very warmly at work, and himself received several blows from stones. And, when the fight was put a stop to, 49 persons had been killed in it, nearly all on the Protestant side. More than 200 others, it is said, came out of it severely wounded. And, whether victors or vanquished, all were equally irritated. The Protestants complained vehemently, and Conde offered in their name 50,000 men to resent this attack, but his brother, the King of Navarre, on the contrary, received with a very bad grace the pleading of Theodore de Beze. "It is true that the Church of God should endure blows and not inflict them," said de Beze, "but remember, I pray you, that it is an anvil which has used up a great many hammers." The massacre of Vassy, the name which has remained affixed to it in history, rapidly became contagious. From 1562 to 1572, in Languedoc, in Provence, in Dauphiny, in Poitou, in Orleans, in Normandy even, and in Picardy, at Toulouse, at Gaillac, at Fréjus, at Troyes, at Sens, at Amiens, at Rouen, and in many other towns, spontaneous and disorderly outbreaks between religiously opposed portions of the populace took place suddenly, were repeated and spread, sometimes with the connivance of the local authorities, judicial or administrative, but more often through the mere brutal explosion of the people's passions. It is distasteful to us to drag numerous examples from oblivion, but we will cite just two, faithful representations of those sad incidents, and attested by authentic documents. The little town of Gaillac was almost entirely Catholic. The Protestants, less numerous, had met the day after Pentecost, May 18th, 1562, to celebrate the Lord's Supper. The inhabitants in the quarter of the Château de l'Orme, who are all artisans or vine dressers, says the chronicler, rush to arms, hurry along with them all the Catholics of the town, invest the place of assembly, and take prisoners all who were present. After this capture they separate. Some remain in the meeting house on guard over the prisoners. The rest go into dwellings to work their will upon those of the religion who had remained there. Then they take the prisoners, to the number of 60 or 80, into a gallery of the Abbey of St. Michael, situated on a steep rock, at the base of which flows the river Tarn, and there a field labourer, named Cabral, having donned the robe and cape of the judge's deputy, whom he had slain with his own hand, pronounces judgment, and sentences all the prisoners to be thrown from the gallery into the river, telling them to go and eat fish, as they had not chosen to fast during Lent, which was done forthwith. Divers boatmen who were on the river dispatched with their oars those who tried to save themselves by swimming. At Troyes, in Champagne, during the early part of August, 1572, the majority of the Protestants of the town, who were returning from Eslemont, where they had a meeting house and a pastor under authorization from the king, were assailed in the neighborhood of Croncelles by the excited populace. A certain number of individuals, accompanying a mother carrying a child which had just received baptism, were pursued with showers of stones. Several were wounded, and the child was killed in its mother's arms. This affair did not give rise to any prosecution. "It is no use to think about it any longer," said the delegate of the bailiff and of the mayor of Troyes in a letter from Paris on the 27th of August. The St. Bartholomew had just taken place on the 24th of August. Where they happened to be the stronger, and where they had either vengeance to satisfy or measures of security to take, the Protestants were not more patient or more humane than the Catholics. At Nimes, in 1567, they projected and carried out, in the town and the neighbouring country, a massacre, in which 192 Catholics perished, and several churches and religious houses were damaged or completely destroyed. This massacre, perpetrated on St. Michael's Day, was called the Michaelade. The barbarities committed against the Catholics in Dauphiny and in Provence by Francis de Beaumont, Baron of Adrets, have remained as historical as the massacre of Vassy, and he justified them on the same grounds as Montluc had given for his in Guienne. "Nobody commits cruelty in repaying it," said he. "The first are called cruelties, the second justice. The only way to stop the enemy's barbarities is to meet them with retaliation." Though experience ought to have shown them their mistake, both Adrets and Montluc persisted in it. A case, however, is mentioned in which Adrets was constrained to be merciful. After the capture of Montbrison, he had sentenced all the prisoners to throw themselves down, with their hands tied behind them from the top of the citadel. One of them made 2 attempts, and thought better of it. "Come, twice is enough to take your soundings," shouted the baron who was looking on. "I'll give you 4 times to do it in," rejoined the soldier; and this good saying saved his life. The weak and undecided government of Catherine de' Medici tried several times, but in vain, to prevent or repress these savage explosions of passion and strife amongst the people. The sterling moderation of Chancellor de l'Hopital was scarcely more successful than the hypocritical and double-faced attentions paid by Catherine de' Medici to both the Catholic and the Protestant leaders. The great maladies and the great errors of nations require remedies more heroic than the adroitness of a woman, the wisdom of a functionary, or the hopes of a philosopher. It was formal and open civil war between the two communions and the two parties that, with honest and patriotic desire, L'Hopital and even Catherine were anxious to avoid. From 1561 to 1572 there were in France 18 or 20 massacres of Protestants, 4 or 5 of Catholics, and 30 or 40 single murders sufficiently important to have been kept in remembrance by history; and during that space of time formal civil war, religious and partisan, broke out, stopped, and recommenced in 4 campaigns, signalized each of them by great battles, and 4 times terminated by impotent or deceptive treaties of peace, which, on the 24th of August, 1572, ended, for their sole result, in the greatest massacre of French history, the Saint Bartholomew. The first religious war under Charles IX. Appeared on the point of breaking out in April, 1561, some days after that the Duke of Guise, returning from the massacre of Vassy, had entered Paris on the 16th of March, in triumph. The queen mother, in dismay, carried off the king to Melun at first, and then to Fontainebleau, whilst the Prince of Conde, having returned to Meaux, summoned to his side his relatives, his friends, and all the leaders of the Reformers, and wrote to Coligny that Caesar had not only crossed the Rubicon, but was already at Rome, and that his banners were beginning to wave all over the neighboring country. For some days Catherine and L'Hospital tried to remain out of Paris with the young king, whom Guise, the Constable de Montmorency, and the King of Navarre, the former being members and the latter an ally of the triumvirate, went to demand back from them. They were obliged to submit to the pressure brought to bear upon them. The constable was the first to enter Paris, and went, on the 2nd of April, and burned down the 2 places of worship which, by virtue of the decree of January 17th, 1561, had been granted to the Protestants. Next day, the King of Navarre and the Duke of Guise, in their turn, entered the city in company with Charles IX. And Catherine. A council was assembled at the Louvre to deliberate as to the declaration of war, which was deferred. Whilst the king was on his way back to Paris, Conde hurried off to take up his quarters at Orleans, whither Coligny went promptly to join him. They signed, with the gentlemen who came to them from all parts, a compact of association, for the honour of God, for the liberty of the king his brothers and the queen mother, and for the maintenance of decrees. And Conde, in writing to the Protestant princes of Germany to explain to them his conduct, took the title of Protector of the House and Crown of France. Negotiations still went on for nearly 3 months. The chiefs of the 2 parties attempted to offer one another generous and pacific solutions. They even had 2 interviews. But Catherine was induced by the Catholic triumvirate to expressly declare that she would not allow in France more than 1 single form of worship. Conde and his friends said that they could not lay down their arms until the triumvirate was overthrown, and the execution of decrees granting them liberty of worship, in certain places and to a certain extent, had been secured to them. Neither party liked to acknowledge itself beaten in this way without having struck a blow, and, in the early part of July, 1562, the first religious war began. We do not intend to dwell upon any but its leading facts, facts which at the moment when they were accomplished might have been regarded as decisive in respect of the future. In this campaign there were 2: the battle of Dreux on the 19th of December, 1562, and the murder of the Duke of Guise by Poltrot on the 18th of February, 1563. The 2 armies met in the plain of Dreux with pretty nearly equal forces, the royal army being superior in artillery and the Protestant in cavalry. When they had arrived in front of one another, the triumvirs sent to ask the queen mother's authority to give battle. "I am astounded," said Catherine to her favorite adviser, Michael de Castelnau, "that the constable, the Duke of Guise, and Saint Andre, being good, prudent, and experienced captains, should send to ask counsel of a woman and a child, both full of sorrow at seeing things in such extremity as to be reduced to the risk of a battle between fellow countrymen." Hereupon, says Castelnau, in came the king's nurse, who was a Huguenot, and the queen, at the same time that she took me to see the king, who was still in bed, said to me with great agitation and jeeringly, "We had better ask the king's nurse whether to give battle or not. What think you?" Then the nurse, as she followed the queen into the king's chamber according to her custom, said several times that as the Huguenots would not listen to reason, she would say, "Give battle." whereupon there was at the privy council much discourse about the good and the evil that might result therefrom; but the resolution arrived at was, that they who had arms in their hands ought not to ask advice or orders from the court; and I was dispatched on the spot to tell them from the king and the queen that, as good and prudent captains, they were to do what they considered most proper. Next day at 10 in the morning the armies met. Then every one, says La Noue, one of the bravest amongst the Reformers' leaders, steadied himself, reflecting that the men he saw coming towards him were not Spaniards, or English, or Italians, but Frenchmen, that is, the bravest of the brave, amongst whom there were some who were his own comrades, relatives, and friends, and that within an hour they would have to be killing one another, which created some sort of horror of the fact, without, however, diminution of courage. One thing worthy of being noted, continues La Noue, is the long duration of the fight, it being generally seen in battles that all is lost or won within a single hour, whereas this began about 1 P.M., and there was no issue until after 5. Of a surety, there was marvellous animosity on both sides, whereof sufficient testimony is to be found in the number of dead, which exceeded 7,000, as many persons say, the majority whereof were killed in the fight rather than the pursuit. Another incident was the capture of the 2 chiefs of the armies, a thing which rarely happens, because generally they do not fight until the last moment and in extremity, and often a battle is as good as won before they come to the point. But in this case they did not put it off so long, for, at the very first, each was minded to set his men an example of not sparing themselves. The Constable de Montmorency was the first taken and seriously wounded, having always received wounds in 7 battles at which he was present, which shows the boldness that was in him. The Prince of Conde was taken at the end, also wounded. As both of them had good seconds, it made them the less fearful of danger to their own persons, for the constable had Monsieur de Guise, and the Prince of Conde Admiral de Coligny, who showed equally well to the front in the melee. Finally, I wish to bring forward another matter, which will be supernumerary because it happened after the battle, and, that is, the courteous and honourable behaviour of the Duke of Guise, victorious towards the Prince of Conde a prisoner, which most men, on one side as well as on the other, did not at all think he would have been disposed to exhibit, for it is well known how hateful, in civil wars, are the chiefs of parties, and what imputations are made upon them. Nevertheless, here quite the contrary happened; for, when the prince was brought before the duke, the latter spoke to him respectfully and with great gentleness of language, wherein he could not pretend that there was any desire to pique him or blame him; and, whilst the prince stayed in the camp, the duke often dined with him; and, forasmuch as on this day of the battle there were but few beds arrived, for the baggage had been half plundered and dispersed, the Duke of Guise offered his own bed to the Prince of Conde, which the prince would accept in respect of the half only. And so these 2 great princes, who were like mortal foes, found themselves in one bed, one triumphant and the other captive, taking their repast together. End of Section 36. Section 37 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 33. Charles IX and the Religious Wars, 1560 to 1574, Part 3. The results of the Battle of Dreux were serious, and still more serious from the fate of the chiefs than from the number of the dead. The commanders of the 2 armies, the Constable de Montmorency and the Prince of Conde, were wounded and prisoners. One of the triumvirs, Marshal de Saint-Andre, had been killed in action. The Catholics' wavering ally, Anthony de Bourbon, King of Navarre, had died before the battle of a wound which he had received at the siege of Rouen, and, on his deathbed, had resumed his Protestant bearing, saying that, if God granted him grace to get well, he would have nothing but the gospel preached throughout the realm. The two staffs, état-major as we should now say, were disorganized. In one, the Duke of Guise alone remained unhurt and at liberty. In the other, Coligny, in Conde's absence, was elected general-in-chief of the Protestants. At Paris, for a while, it was believed that the battle was lost. If it had been, says Montluc, I think that it was all over with France, for the state would have changed, and so would the religion. A young king can be made to do as you please. Catherine de' Medici showed a facile resignation to such a change. Very well, she had said, then we will pray to God in French. When the victory became known, there was general enthusiasm for the Duke of Guise, but he took only a very modest advantage of it, being more anxious to have his comrade's merits appreciated than his own. At Blois, as he handed the queen mother her table napkin at dinner time, he asked her if he might have an audience of her after the repast. "Jesu, my dear cousin," said Catherine, "whatever are you saying?" "I say it, madame, because I would fain show you in the presence of everybody what I have done since my departure from Paris with your army which you gave in charge to me together with the constable, and also present to you all the good captains and servants of the king and of yourself who have served you faithfully, as well as your own subjects, as also foreigners and horsemen on foot." Whereupon he discoursed about the battle of Dreux, and painted it so well and so to the life, says Brantome, that you would have said that they were still about it, whereat the queen felt very great pleasure. Every one listened very attentively, without the least noise in the world, and he spoke so well that there was none who was not charmed, for the prince was the best of speakers and eloquent, not with a forced and overladen eloquence, but simple and soldierly, with a grace of his own to match, so much so that the queen mother said that she had never seen him in such good form. The good form, however, was not enough to prevent the ill humour and jealousy felt by the queen mother and her youthful son the king at such a great success, which made Guise so great a personage. After the victory of Dreux, he had written to the king to express his wish to see conferred upon a candidate of his own choosing the marshal's baton left vacant by the death of Saint-Andre. "See now," said Charles IX. To his mother and some persons who were by, "if the Duke of Guise does not act the king well, you would really say that the army was his, and that victory came from his hand, making no mention of God, who, by his great goodness, has given it us. He thrusts the bargain into my fist, dictates to me. Yet must I give him a civil answer to satisfy him? For I do not want to make trouble in my kingdom, and irritate a captain to whom my late father and I have given so much credit and authority." The king almost apologized for having already disposed of the baton in favor of the Marquis de Vieilleville, and he sent the Duke of Guise the collar of the order for 2 of his minions, and at the same time the commission of lieutenant general of the kingdom and commander-in-chief of the army for himself. Guise thanked him, pretending to be satisfied. The king smiled as he read his letter, and "non ti fidar e non sarai gabbato." "Don't trust and you'll not be duped," he said in the words of the Italian proverb. He had not to disquiet himself for long about this rival. On the 18th of February, 1563, the Duke of Guise was vigorously pushing forward the siege of Orleans, the stronghold of the Protestants, stoutly defended by Coligny. He was apprised that his wife, the Duchess Anne d'Este, had just arrived at a castle near the camp, with the intention of using her influence over her husband in order to spare Orleans from the terrible consequences of being taken by assault. He mounted his horse to go and join her, and he was chatting to his aide-de-camp Rostaing about the means of bringing about a pacification, when, on arriving at a crossroad where several ways met, he felt himself struck in the right shoulder, almost under the arm, by a pistol shot fired from behind a hedge at a distance of 6 or 7 paces. A white plume upon his head had made him conspicuous, and as for so short a ride he had left off his cuirass, 3 balls had passed through him from side to side. "That shot has been in keeping for me a long while," said he. "I deserve it for not having taken precautions." He fell upon his horse's neck as he vainly tried to draw his sword from the scabbard. His arm refused its office. When he had been removed to the castle, where the duchess in tears received him, "I am vexed at it," said he, "for the honour of France." And to his son Henry, Prince of Joinville, a boy of 13, he added, kissing him, "God grant you grace, my son, to become a good man." He languished for 6 days, amidst useless attentions paid him by his surgeons, giving Catherine de' Medici, who came daily to see him, the most pacific counsels, and taking of the duchess his wife the most tender farewells mingled with the most straightforward and honest avowals. "I do not mean to deny," he said to her, "that the counsels and frailties of youth have led me sometimes into something at which you had a right to be offended. I pray you to be pleased to excuse me and forgive me." His brother, the Cardinal de Guise, Bishop of Metz, which the duke had so gloriously defended against Charles V., warned him that it was time to prepare himself for death by receiving the sacraments of the church. "Ah, my dear brother," said the duke to him, "I have loved you greatly in times past, but I love you now still more than ever, for you are doing me a truly brotherly turn." On the 24th of February they still offered him aliment to sustain his rapidly increasing weakness, but "Away, away," said he, "I have taken the manna from heaven, whereby I feel myself so comforted that it seems to me as if I were already in paradise. This body has no further need of nourishment." And so he expired on the 24th of February, 1563, an object, at his death, of the most profound regret amongst his army and his party as well as his family, after having been during his life the object of their lively admiration. "I do not forget," says his contemporary Stephen Pasquier, in reference to him, "that it was no small luck for him to die at this period, when he was beyond reach of the breeze, and when shifting fortune had not yet played him any of those turns whereby she is so cunning in lowering the horn of the bravest." It is a duty to faithfully depict this pious and guileless death of a great man at the close of a vigorous and a glorious life, made up of good and evil, without the evils having choked the good. This powerful and consolatory intermixture of qualities is the characteristic of the eminent men of the 16th century, Catholics or Protestants, soldiers or civilians; and it is a spectacle wholesome to be offered in times when doubt and moral enfeeblement are the common malady even of sound minds and of honest men. The murderer of Duke Francis of Guise was a petty nobleman of Angoumois, Jean Poltrot, Lord of Mer, a fiery Catholic in his youth, who afterwards became an equally fiery Protestant, and was engaged with his relative La Renaudie in the conspiracy against the Guises. He had been employed constantly from that time as a spy, it is said, by the chiefs of the Reformers, a vocation for which it would seem he was but little adapted, for the indiscretion of his language must have continually revealed his true sentiments. When he heard in 1562 of the death of Anthony de Bourbon, King of Navarre, "That," said he, "is not what will put an end to the war. What is wanted is the dog with the big collar." "Whom do you mean?" asked somebody. "The great Guisard; and here's the arm that will do the trick. He used to show," says D'Aubigne, "bullets cast to slay the Guisard, and thereby rendered himself ridiculous." After the battle of Dreux he was bearer of a message from the Lord of Soubise to Admiral de Coligny, to whom he gave an account of the situation of the Reformers in Dauphiny and Lyonnesse. His report no doubt interested the admiral, who gave him 20 crowns to go and play spy in the camp of the Duke of Guise, and, some days later, 100 crowns to buy a horse. It was thus that Poltrot was put in a position to execute the design he had been so fond of proclaiming before he had any communication with Coligny. As soon as, On the 18th of February 1563, in the outskirts of Orleans, he had, to use his own expression, done his trick. He fled full gallop, so as not to bear the responsibility of it. But, whether it were that he was troubled in his mind, or that he was ill acquainted with the region, he wandered round and round the place where he had shot the Duke of Guise, and was arrested on the 20th of February by men sent in search of him. Being forthwith brought before the privy council, in the presence of the queen mother, and put to the torture, he said that Admiral de Coligny, Theodore de Beze, La Rochefoucauld, Soubise, and other Huguenot chiefs had incited him to murder the Duke of Guise, persecutor of the faithful, as a meritorious deed in the eyes of God and men. Coligny repudiated this allegation point blank. Shrinking from the very appearance of hypocrisy, he abstained from any regret at the death of the Duke of Guise. "The greatest blessing," said he, "which could come to this realm and to the Church of God, especially to myself and all my house," and he referred to conversations he had held with the Cardinal of Lorraine and the Duchess of Guise, and to a notice which he had sent a few days previously to the Duke of Guise himself, to take care, for there was somebody under a bond to kill him. Lastly, he demanded that, to set in a clear light his integrity, innocence, and good repute, Poltrot should be kept, until peace was made, in strict confinement, so that the admiral himself and the murderer might be confronted. It was not thought to be obligatory or possible to comply with this desire. Amongst the public there was a passionate outcry for prompt chastisement. Poltrot, removed to Paris, put to the torture and questioned by the commissioners of Parliament, at one time confirmed and at another disavowed his original assertions. Coligny, he said, had not suggested the project to him, but had cognizance of it, and had not attempted to deter him. The decree sentenced Poltrot to the punishment of regicides. He underwent it on the 18th of March, 1563, in the Place de Greve, preserving to the very end that fierce energy of hatred and vengeance which had prompted his deed. He was heard saying to himself in the midst of his torments, as if to comfort himself, "For all that, he is dead and gone, the persecutor of the faithful, and he will not come back again." The angry populace insulted him with yells. Poltrot added, "If the persecution does not cease, vengeance will fall upon this city, and the avengers are already at hand." Catherine de' Medici, well pleased perhaps that there was now a question personally embarrassing for the admiral, and as yet in abeyance, had her mind entirely occupied apparently with the additional weakness and difficulty resulting to the position of the crown and the Catholic party from the death of the Duke of Guise. She considered peace necessary, and, for reasons of a different nature, Chancellor de l'Hopital was of the same opinion. He drew attention to scruples of conscience, the perils of foreign influence, and the impossibility of curing, by an application of brute force, a malady concealed in the very bowels and brains of the people. Negotiations were entered into with the two captive generals, the Prince of Conde and the Constable de Montmorency. They assented to that policy, and, on the 19th of March, peace was concluded at Amboise, in the form of an edict which granted to the Protestants the concessions recognized as indispensable by the crown itself, and regulated the relations of the two creeds, pending the remedy of time, the decisions of a holy council, and the king's majority. Liberty of conscience and the practice of the religion called Reformed were recognized for all barons and lords high justiciary, in their houses, with their families and dependents, for nobles having fiefs without vassals and living on the king's lands, but for them and their families personally. The burgesses were treated less favourably. The Reformed worship was maintained in the towns in which it had been practised up to the 7th of March in the current year, but, beyond that and noblemen's mansions, this worship might not be celebrated save in the faubourgs of one single town in every bailiwick or seneschalty. Paris and its district were to remain exempt from any exercise of the said Reformed religion. During the negotiations, and as to the very basis of the edict of March 19, 1563, the Protestants were greatly divided. The soldiers and the politicians, with Conde at their head, desired peace, and thought that the concessions made by the Catholics ought to be accepted. The majority of the Reformed pastors and theologians cried out against the insufficiency of the concessions, and were astonished that there should be so much hurry to make peace when the Catholics had just lost their most formidable captain. Coligny, moderate in his principles, but always faithful to his church when she made her voice heard, showed dissatisfaction at the selfishness of the nobles. "To confine the religion to one town in every bailiwick," he said, "is to ruin more churches by a stroke of the pen than our enemies could have pulled down in 10 years. The nobles ought to have recollected that example had been set by the towns to them, and by the poor to the rich." Calvin, in his correspondence with the Reformed churches of France, severely handled Conde on this occasion. At the moment when peace was made, the pacific were in the right. The death of the Duke of Guise had not prevented the battle of Dreux from being a defeat for the Reformers, and, when war had to be supported for long, it was especially the provincial nobles and the people on their estates who bore the burden of it. But when the Edict of Amboise had put an end to the first religious war, when the question was no longer as to who won or lost battles, but whether the conditions of that peace to which the Catholics had sworn were loyally observed, and whether their concessions were effective in ensuring the modest amount of liberty and security promised to the Protestants, the question changed front, and it was not long before facts put the malcontents in the right. Between 1563 and 1567 murders of distinguished Protestants increased strangely, and excited amongst their families anxiety accompanied by a thirst for vengeance. The Guises and their party, on their side, persisted in their outcries for proceedings against the instigators, known or presumed, of the murder of Duke Francis. It was plainly against Admiral de Coligny that these cries were directed, and he met them by a second declaration, very frank as a denial of the deed which it was intended to impute to him, but more hostile than ever to the Guises and their party. "The late duke," said he, "was of the whole army the man I had most looked out for on the day of the last battle. If I could have brought a gun to bear upon him to kill him, I would have done it. I would have ordered 10,000 arquebusiers, had so many been under my command, to single him out amongst all the others, whether in the field, or from over a wall, or from behind a hedge. In short, I would not have spared any of the means permitted by the laws of war in time of hostility to get rid of so great an enemy as he was for me and for so many other good subjects of the king." After 3 years of such deadly animosity between the two parties in the two houses, the king and the queen mother could find no other way of stopping an explosion than to call the matter on before the privy council, and cause to be there drawn up, on the 29th of January 1566, a solemn decree, declaring the admiral's innocence on his own affirmation, given in the presence of the king and the council as before God himself, that he had not had anything to do with or approved of the said homicide. Silence for all time to come was consequently imposed upon the attorney general and everybody else. Inhibition and prohibition were issued against the continuance of any investigation or prosecution. The king took the parties under his safeguard, and enjoined upon them that they should live amicably in obedience to him. By virtue of this injunction, the Guises, the Colignys, and the Montmorencys ended by embracing, the first named accommodating themselves with a pretty good grace to this demonstration. But God knows what embraces. Words used in La Harenga, a satire of the day in burlesque verse upon the Cardinal of Lorraine. 6 years later the St. Bartholomew brought the true sentiments out into broad daylight. At the same time that the war was proceeding amongst the provinces with this passionate doggedness, royal decrees were alternately confirming and suppressing or weakening the securities for liberty and safety which the decree of Amboise on the 19th of March 1563 had given to the Protestants by way of re-establishing peace. It was a series of contradictory measures which were sufficient to show the party strife still raging in the heart of the government. On the 14th of June, 1563, Protestants were forbidden to work, with shops open, on the days of Catholic festivals. On the 14th of December, 1563, it was proclaimed that Protestants might not gather arms for the poor of their religion, unless in places where that religion was practised, and nowhere else. On the 24th of June, 1564, a proclamation from the king interdicted the exercise of the Reformed religion within the precincts of any royal residence. On the 4th of August, 1564, the Reformed churches were forbidden to hold synods and make collections of money, and their ministers to quit their places of residence and to open schools. On the 12th of November, 1567, a king's ordinance interdicted the conferring of justiciary offices on non-Catholics. In vain did Conde and Coligny cry out loudly against these violations of the peace of Amboise. In vain, on the 16th of August, 1563, at the moment of proclaiming the king's majority, was an edict issued giving full and entire confirmation to the edict of the 19th of March preceding, with the addition of prescriptions favourable to the royal authority, as well as, at the same time, to the maintenance of the public peace. Scarcely any portion of these prescriptions was observed. The credit of Chancellor de l'Hopital was clearly very much on the decline, and, whilst the legal government was thus falling to pieces or languishing away, Gaspard de Tavannes, a proved soldier and royalist, who, however, was not yet Marshal of France, was beginning to organize, under the name of Brotherhood of the Holy Spirit, a secret society intended to renew the civil war, if it happened that occasion should offer for repressing and chastising them of the religion called Reformed. It was the League in its cradle. At the same time, the king had orders given for a speedy levy of 6,000 Swiss, and an army corps was being formed on the frontiers of Champagne. The queen mother neglected no pains, no caresses, to hide from Conde the true moving cause at the bottom of all these measures; and as he was, says the historian de Villars, by nature very ready to receive all sorts of impressions, he easily suffered himself to be lulled to sleep. One day, however, in June 1567, he thought it about time to claim the fulfilment of a promise that had been made him at the time of the peace of Amboise, of a post which would give him the rank and authority of lieutenant general of the kingdom, as his late brother, the King of Navarre, had been; and he asked for the sword of constable which Montmorency, in consequence of his great age, seemed disposed to resign to the king. Catherine avoided giving any answer, but her favourite son, Henry, Duke of Anjou, who was as yet only 16, repudiated this idea with so much haughtiness that Conde felt called upon to ask some explanations. There was no longer any question of war with Spain or of an army to be got together. "What, pray, will you do," he asked, "with the Swiss you are raising?" The answer was, "We shall find good employment for them." Section 38 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 33. Charles IX and the Religious Wars, 1560 to 1574, Part 4. It is the failing of a hypocritical and lying policy, however able, that if it do not succeed promptly, a moment arrives when it becomes transparent and lets in daylight. Even Conde could not delude himself any longer. The preparations were for war against the Reformers. He quitted the court to take his stand again with his own party. Coligny, Dandelot, Le Rochefoucauld, Lanoux, and all the accredited leaders amongst the Protestants, whom his behaviour, too full of confidence or of complaisance towards the court, had shocked or disquieted, went and joined him. In September 1567, the Second Religious War broke out. It was short and not decisive for either party. At the outset of the campaign, success was with the Protestants. 40 towns, Orleans, Montereau, Lagny, Montauban, Castres, Montpellier, Uzes, etc., opened their gates to them or fell into their hands. They were within an ace of surprising the king at Monceaux, and he never forgot, says Montluc, that the Protestants had made him do the stretch from Meaux to Paris at something more than a walk. It was around Paris that Conde concentrated all the efforts of the campaign. He had posted himself at Saint Denis with a small army of 4,000 foot and 2,000 horse. The Constable de Montmorency commanded the royal army, having a strength of 16,000 foot and 3,000 horse. Attempts were made to open negotiations, but the constable broke them off brusquely, roaring out that the king would never tolerate two religions. On the 10th of November 1567 the battle began at Saint Denis, and was fought with alternations of partial success and reverse, which spread joy and sadness through the two hosts in turn; but in resisting a charge of cavalry, led to victory by Conde, the constable fell with and under his horse. A Scot called out to him to surrender. For sole response, the aged warrior, abandoned by his men but not by his manhood, says D'Aubigne, smashed the Scot's jaw with the pommel of his broken sword, and at the same moment he fell, mortally wounded by a shot through the body. His death left the victory uncertain and the royal army disorganized. The campaign lasted still 4 months, thanks to the energetic perseverance of Coligny and the inexhaustible spirits of Conde, both of whom excelled in the art of keeping up the courage of their men. "Where are you taking us now?" asked an ill-tempered officer one day. "To meet our German allies," said Conde. "And suppose we don't find them?" "Then we will breathe on our fingers, for it is mighty cold." They did at last, at Pont-à-Mousson, meet the German reinforcements, which were being brought up by Prince John Casimir, son of the Elector Palatine, and which made Conde's army strong enough for him to continue the war in earnest. But these newcomers declared that they would not march any farther unless they were paid the 100,000 crowns due to them. Conde had but 2,000. Thereupon, says La Noue, was there nothing for it but to make a virtue of necessity, and he as well as the admiral employed all their art, influence, and eloquence to persuade every man to divest himself of such means as he possessed for to furnish this contribution which was so necessary. They themselves were the first to set an example, giving up their own silver plate. Half from love and half from fear, this liberality was so general that, down to the very soldiers' varlets, every one gave, so that at last it was considered a disgrace to have contributed little. When the whole was collected, it was found to amount, in what was coined as well as in plate and gold chains, to more than 80,000 livres, which came in so timely that without it there would have been a difficulty in satisfying the raiters. Was it not a thing worthy of astonishment to see an army, itself unpaid, despoiling itself of the little means it had of relieving its own necessities, and sparing that little for the accommodation of others, who, peradventure, scarcely gave them a thank you for it? So much generosity and devotion, amongst the humblest as well as the most exalted ranks of the army, deserved not to be useless. But it turned out quite differently. Conde and Coligny led back to Paris their new army, which, it is said, was from 18 to 20,000 strong, and seemed to be in a condition either to take Paris itself, or to force the royal army to enter the field and accept a decisive battle. To bring that about, Conde thought the best thing was to besiege Chartres, the key to the granary of Paris, as it was called, and a big thorn, according to La Noue, to run into the foot of the Parisians. But Catherine de' Medici had quietly entered once more into negotiations with some of the Protestant chiefs, even with Conde himself. Charles IX. Published an edict in which he distinguished between heretics and rebels, and assured of his protection all Huguenots who should lay down arms. Chartres seemed to be on the point of capitulating, when news came that peace had just been signed at Longjumeau on the 23rd of March. The king put again in force the Edict of Amboise of 1563, suppressing all the restrictions which had been tacked on to it successively. The Prince of Conde and his adherents were reinstated in all their possessions, offices, and honours; and Conde was held and reputed good relative, faithful subject, and servant of the king. The Reformers had to disband, restore the new places they had occupied, and send away their German allies, to whom the king undertook to advance the 100,000 gold crowns which were due to them. He further promised, by a secret article, that he too would, at a later date, dismiss his foreign troops and a portion of the French. This news caused very various impressions amongst the Protestant camp and people. The majority of the men of family engaged in the war, who most frequently had to bear the expense of it, desired peace. The personal advantages accruing to Conde himself made it very acceptable to him; but the ardent Reformers, with Coligny at their head, complained bitterly of others being lured away by fine words and exceptional favours, and not prosecuting the war when, to maintain it, there was so good an army and the chances were so favourable. A serious dispute took place between the pacific negotiators and the malcontents. Chancellor de l'Hopital wrote, in favour of peace, a discourse on the pacific settlement of the troubles of the year 1567, containing the necessary causes and reasons of the treaty, together with the means of reconciling the two parties to one another, and keeping them in perpetual concord. Composed by a high personage, true subject, and faithful servant of the French crown. But if the chancellor's reasons were sound, the hopes he hung upon them were extravagant. The parties were at that pitch of passion at which reasoning is in vain against impressions, and promises are powerless against suspicions. Concluded through the vehemence of the desire to get home again, as La Noue says, the peace of Longjumeau was none the less known as the little peace, the patched up peace, the lame and rickety peace, and neither they who wished for it, nor they who spurned it, prophesied its long continuance. Scarcely 6 months having elapsed, in August 1568 the Third Religious War broke out. The written guarantees given in the Treaty of Longjumeau for security and liberty on behalf of the Protestants were misinterpreted or violated. Massacres and murders of Protestants became more numerous, and were committed with more impunity than ever. In 1568 and 1569, at Amiens, at Auxerre, at Orleans, at Rouen, at Bourges, at Troyes, and at Blois, Protestants, at one time to the number of 140 or 120 or 53 or 40, and at another singly, with just their wives and children, were massacred, burned, and hunted by the excited populace, without any intervention on the part of the magistrates to protect them or to punish their murderers. The contemporary Protestant chroniclers set down at 10,000 the number of victims who perished in the course of these 6 months, which were called a time of peace. We may, with Guizot, believe this estimate to be exaggerated; but, without doubt, the peace of Longjumeau was a lie even before the war began again. During this interval Conde was living in Burgundy, at Noyers, a little fortress he possessed through his wife, Frances of Orleans, and Coligny was living not far from Noyers, at Tanlay, which belonged to his brother D'Andelot. They soon discovered, both of them, not only what their party had to suffer, but what measures were in preparation against themselves. Agents went and sounded the depth of the moats of Noyers, so as to report upon the means of taking the place. The queen mother had orders given to Gaspard de Tavannes to surround the Prince of Conde at Noyers. "The queen is counselled by passion rather than by reason," answered the old warrior. "I am not the sort of man to succeed in this ill-planned enterprise of distaff and pen. If her majesty will be pleased to declare open war, I will show how I understand my duty." Shocked at the dishonourable commands given him, Tavannes resolved to indirectly raise Conde's apprehension, in order to get him out of Burgundy, of which he, Tavannes, held the governorship; and he sent close past the walls of Noyers bearers of letters containing these words: "The stag is in the toils, the hunt is ready." Conde had the bearers arrested, understood the warning, and communicated it to Coligny, who went and joined him at Noyers, and they decided, both of them, upon quitting Burgundy without delay, to go and seek over the Loire at La Rochelle, which they knew to be devoted to their cause, a sure asylum, and a place suitable for their purposes as a centre of warlike operations. They set out together on the 24th of August, 1568. Conde took with him his wife and his 4 children, 2 of tender age. Coligny followed him in deep mourning. He had just lost his wife, Charlotte de Laval, that worthy mate of his, who, 6 years previously, in a grievous crisis for his soul as well as his cause, had given him such energetic counsels. She had left him 1 young daughter and 3 little children, the 2 youngest still in the nurse's arms. His sister-in-law, Anne d'Orsalm, wife of his brother D'Andelot, was also there with a child of 2 years, whilst her husband was scouring Anjou and Brittany to rally the friends of his cause and his house. 150 men, soldiers, and faithful servants escorted these 3 noble and pious families who were leaving their castles to go and seek liberties and perils in a new war. When they arrived at the bank of the Loire, they found all points in the neighbourhood guarded. The river was low, and a boatman pointed out to them, near Sancerre, a possible ford. Conde went over first, with one of his children in his arms. They all went over singing the psalm, "When Israel went out of Egypt," and on the 16th of September, 1568, Conde entered La Rochelle. "I fled as far as I could," he wrote the next day, "but when I got here I found the sea, and inasmuch as I don't know how to swim, I was constrained to turn my head round and gain the land, not with feet, but with hands." He assembled the burgesses of La Rochelle, and laid before them the pitiable condition of the kingdom, the wicked designs of people who were their enemies as well as his own. He called upon them to come and help. He promised to be aidful to them in all their affairs, and, "as a pledge of my good faith," said he, "I will leave you my wife and children, the dearest and most precious jewels I have in this world." The mayor of La Rochelle, Laez, responded by offering him lives and property in the name of all the citizens, who confirmed this offer with an outburst of popular enthusiasm. The Protestant nobles of Saintonge and Poitou flocked in. A royal ally was announced. The Queen of Navarre, Jeanne d'Albret, was bringing her son Henry, 15 years of age, whom she was training up to be Henry IV. Conde went to meet them, and, on the 28th of September, 1568, all this flower of French Protestantism was assembled at La Rochelle, ready and resolved to commence the 3rd religious war. It was the longest and most serious of the 4 wars of this kind which so profoundly agitated France in the reign of Charles IX. This one lasted from the 24th of August, 1568, to the 8th of August, 1570, between the departure of Conde and Coligny for La Rochelle and the treaty of peace at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, a hollow peace like the rest, and only 2 years before the St. Bartholomew. On starting from Noyers with Coligny, Conde had addressed to the king, on the 23rd of August, a letter and a request, wherein, after having set forth the grievances of the Reformers, he attributed all the mischief to the Cardinal of Lorraine, and declared that the Protestant nobles felt themselves constrained, for the safety of the realm, to take up arms against that infamous priest, that tiger of France, and against his accomplices. He bitterly reproached the Guises with treating as mere policists, that is, men who sacrificed religion to temporal interests, the Catholics inclined to make concessions to the Reformers, especially the Chancellor de l'Hopital and the sons of the late Constable de Montmorency. The Guises, indeed, and their friends did not conceal their distrust of l'Hopital any more than he concealed his opposition to their deeds and their designs. Whilst the peace of Longjumeau was still in force, Charles IX. Issued a decree interdicting all reformers from the chairs of the university and the offices of the judicature. L'Hopital refused to seal it. "God save us from the chancellor's mass!" was the remark at court. L'Hopital, convinced that he would not succeed in preserving France from a fresh civil war, made up his mind to withdraw, and go and live for some time at his estate of Vignay. a little hamlet in the commune of Gironville, near Etampes, Seine-et-Oise. The queen mother eagerly took advantage of his withdrawal to demand of him the seals, of which, she said, she might have need daily. L'Hopital gave them up at once, at the same time retaining his title of chancellor, and letting the queen know that he would take pains to recover his strength in order to return to his post if and when it should be the king's and the queen's pleasure. From his rural home he wrote to his friends, "I am not downhearted because the violence of the wicked has snatched from me the seals of the kingdom. I have not done as sluggards and cowards do, who hide themselves at the first show of danger and obey the first impulses of fear. As long as I was strong enough, I held my own. Deprived of all support, even that of the king and the queen, who dared no longer defend me, I retired, deploring the unhappy condition of France. Now I have other cares. I return to my interrupted studies and to my children, the props of my old age and my sweetest delight. I cultivate my fields. The estate of Vignay seems to me a little kingdom, if any man may consider himself master of anything here below. I will tell you more. This retreat, which satisfies my heart, also flatters my vanity. I like to imagine myself in the wake of those famous exiles of Athens or Rome, whom their virtues rendered formidable to their fellow citizens. Not that I dare compare myself with those great men, but I say to myself that our fortunes are similar. I live in the midst of a numerous family whom I love. I have books. I read, write, and meditate. I take pleasure in the games of my children. The most frivolous occupations interest me. In fine, all my time is filled up, and nothing would be wanting to my happiness if it were not for the awful apparition hard by which sometimes comes, bringing trouble and desolation to my heart. This apparition hard by was war, everywhere present or imminent in the centre and southwest of France, accompanied by all those passions of personal hatred and vengeance which are characteristic of religious wars, and which add so much of the moral sufferings to the physical calamities of life. L'Hopital, when sending the seals to the queen mother, who demanded them of him, considered it his bounden duty to give her without any mincing, and the king whom she governed, a piece of patriotic advice. "At my departure," he says in his will and testament, "I prayed of the king and queen this thing, that, as they had determined to break the peace, and proceed by war against those with whom they had previously made peace, and as they were driving me from the court because they had heard it said that I was opposed to and ill content with their enterprise, I prayed them, I say, that if they did not acquiesce in my counsel they would, at the very least, some time after they had glutted and satiated their hearts and their thirst with the blood of their subjects, embrace the first opportunity that offered itself for making peace, before that things were reduced to utter ruin. For whatever there might be at the bottom of this war, it could not but be very pernicious to the king and the kingdom." During the 2 years that it lasted, from August 1568 to August 1570, the third religious war under Charles IX. Entailed 2 important battles and many deadly faction fights, which spread and inflamed to the highest pitch the passions of the 2 parties. On the 13th of March 1569, the 2 armies, both about 20,000 strong, and appearing both of them anxious to come to blows, met near Jarnac on the banks of the Charente. The royal army had for its chief Catherine de' Medici's third son, Henry, Duke of Anjou, advised by the veteran warrior Gaspard de Tavannes, and supported by the young Duke Henry of Guise, who had his father to avenge and his own spurs to win. End of section 38.
Section 39 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 33. Charles IX. And the Religious Wars, 1560 to 1574, Part 5. The Prince of Conde, with Admiral de Coligny for second, commanded the Protestant army. We make no pretension to explain and discuss here the military movements of that day, and the merits or demerits of the two generals confronted. The Duke of Aumale has given an account of them, and criticised them in his Histoire des Princes de Conde, with a complete knowledge of the facts and with the authority that belongs to him. "The encounter on the 13th of March, 1569, scarcely deserves," he says, "to be called a battle. It was nothing but a series of fights, maintained by troops separated and surprised, against an enemy which, more numerous to begin with, was attacking with its whole force united." A tragic incident at the same time gave this encounter an importance which it has preserved in history. Admiral de Coligny, forced to make a retrograde movement, had sent to ask the Prince of Conde for aid. By a second message he urged the prince not to make a fruitless effort, and to fall back himself in all haste. "God forbid," answered Conde, "that Louis de Bourbon should turn his back to the enemy." And he continued his march, saying to his brother in law, Francis de la Rochefoucauld, who was marching beside him, "My uncle has made a clerical error (pas de clerc, a slip), but the wine is drawn, and it must be drunk." On arriving at Battlefield, whither he had brought with him but 300 horse, at the very moment when with this weak escort he was preparing to charge the deep column of the Duke of Anjou, he received from La Rochefoucauld's horse a kick which broke one of the bones of his leg, and he had already crushed an arm by a fall. We will borrow from the Duke of Aumale the glorious and piteous tale of this incident. "Conde turned round to his men at arms, and showing first his injured limbs and then the device, 'Sweet is danger for Christ and for fatherland,' which fluttered upon his banner in the breeze, 'Nobles of France,' he cried, 'this is the desired moment; remember in what plight Louis de Bourbon enters the battle for Christ and fatherland.' Then, lowering his head, he charges with his 300 horse upon the 800 lances of the Duke of Anjou. The first shock of this charge was irresistible. Such for a moment was the disorder among the Catholics that many of them believed the day was lost; but fresh bodies of royalists arrive one after another. The prince has his horse killed under him, and in the midst of the confusion, hampered by his wounds, he cannot mount another. In spite of all, his brave comrades do not desert him. Soubise and a dozen of them, covered with wounds, are taken. An old man named Lavergne, who had brought with him 25 sons or nephews, is left upon the field with 15 of them, 'all in a heap,' says D'Aubigne. Left almost alone, with his back against a tree, one knee upon the ground, and deprived of the use of one leg, Conde still defends himself, but his strength is failing him. He sees two Catholic gentlemen to whom he had rendered service, Saint Jean and d'Argence. He calls to them, raises the visor of his helmet, and holds out to them his gauntlets. The two horsemen dismount, and swear to risk their lives to save his. Others join them, and are eager to assist the glorious captive. Meanwhile the royal cavalry continues the pursuit. The squadrons successively pass close by the group which has formed round Conde. Soon he spies the red cloaks of the Duke of Anjou's guards. He points to them with his finger. D'Argence understands him, and 'Hide your face!' he cries. 'Ah, D'Argence, D'Argence, you will not save me!' replies the prince. Then, like Caesar, covering up his face, he awaited death. The poor soul knew only too well the perfidious character of the Duke of Anjou, the hatred with which he was hunting him down, and the sanguinary orders he would give. The guards had gone by, when their captain, Montesquion, learned the name of this prisoner. 'Slay, slay, mordieu!' he shouted; then, suddenly wheeling his horse round, he returns at a gallop, and, with a pistol shot, fired from behind, shatters the hero's skull." The death of Conde gave to the battle of Jarnac an importance not its own. A popular ditty of the day called that prince "the great enemy of the mass." "His end," says the Duke of Aumale, "was celebrated by the Catholics as a deliverance. A solemn Te Deum was chanted at court and in all the churches of France. The flags taken were sent to Rome, where Pope Pius IV. went with them in state to St. Peter's. As for the Duke of Anjou, he showed his joy and his baseness together with the ignoble treatment he caused to be inflicted upon the remains of his vanquished relative, a prince of the blood who had fallen sword in hand. At the first rumor of Conde's death, the Duke of Montpensier's secretary, Coustureau, had been despatched from headquarters with Baron de Magnac to learn the truth of the matter. "We found him there," he relates, "laid upon an ass. The said Sir Baron took him by the hair of the head for to lift up his face, which he had turned towards the ground, and asked me if I recognized him. But as he had lost an eye from his head, he was mightily disfigured, and I could say no more than it was certainly his figure and his hair, and further than that I was unable to speak. Meanwhile, continues the Duke of Aumale, the accounts of those present removed all doubt, and the corpse, thus thrown across an ass, with arms and legs dangling, was carried to Jarnac, where the Duke of Anjou lodged on the evening of the battle. There the body of Conde was taken down, amidst the sobs of some Protestant prisoners, who kissed, as they wept, the remains of their gallant chief. This touching spectacle did not stop the coarse ribaldry of the Duke of Anjou and his favorites, and for 2 days the prince's remains were left in a ground floor room, there exposed to the injurious action of the air and to the gross insults of the courtiers. The Duke of Anjou at last consented to give up the body of Conde to the Duke of Longueville, his brother in law, who had it interred with due respect at Vendome, in the burial place of his ancestors." When in 1569 he thus testified, from a mixture of hatred and fear, an ignoble joy at the death of Louis de Conde, the valiant chief of Protestantism, the Duke of Anjou did not foresee that, nearly 20 years later, in 1588, when he had become Henry III., King of France, he would also testify, still from a mixture of hatred and fear, the same ignoble joy at sight of the corpse of Henry de Guise, the valiant chief of Catholicism, murdered by his order and in his palace. As soon as Conde's death was known at La Rochelle, the Queen of Navarre, Jeanne d'Albret, hurried to Tonnay Charente, whither the Protestant army had fallen back. She took with her her own son Henry, 15 years old, and Henry de Bourbon, the late Prince of Conde's son, who was 17, and she presented both of them to the army. The younger, the future Henry IV., stepped forward briskly. "Your cause," said he, "is mine, your interests are mine. I swear on my soul, honor, and life to be wholly yours." The young Conde took the same oath. The two princes were associated in the command, under the authority of Coligny, who was immediately appointed lieutenant general of the army. For 2 years their double signature figured at the bottom of the principal official acts of the Reformed party, and they were called "the admiral's pages." On both of them Jeanne passionately enjoined union between themselves, and equal submission on their part to Coligny, their model and their master in war and in devotion to the common cause. Queen, princes, admiral, and military leaders of all ranks stripped themselves of all the diamonds, jewels, and precious stones which they possessed, and which Elizabeth, the Queen of England, took in pledge for the 20,000 pounds sterling she lent him. The Queen of Navarre reviewed the army, which received her with bursts of pious and warlike enthusiasm, and, leaving to Coligny her 2 sons, as she called them, she returned alone to La Rochelle, where she received a like reception from the inhabitants, "rough and loyal people," says La Noue, "and as warlike as mercantile." After her departure, a body of German horse, commanded by Count Mansfeld, joined Coligny in the neighborhood of Limoges. Their arrival was an unhoped for aid. Coligny distributed amongst them a medal bearing the effigy of Queen Jeanne of Navarre, with this legend, "Alone and with the rest for God, the king, the laws, and peace." With such dispositions on one side and the other, war was resumed and pushed forward eagerly from June 1569 to June 1570, with alternations of reverse and success. On the 23d of June, 1569, a fight took place at Roche l'Abeille, near Saint Eriege, in Limousin, wherein the Protestants had the advantage. The young Catholic noblemen, with Henry de Guise at their head, began it rashly, against the desire of their general, Gaspard de Tavannes, to show off their bravery before the eyes of the queen mother and the Cardinal of Lorraine, both of whom considered the operations of the army too slow and its successes too rare. They lost 500 men and many prisoners, amongst others Philip Strozzi, whom Charles IX. Had just made colonel general of the infantry. They took their revenge on the 7th of September, 1569, by forcing Coligny to raise the siege of Poitiers, which he had been pushing forward for more than 2 months, and on the 3rd of October following, at the battle of Moncontour in Poitou, the most important of the campaign, which they won brilliantly, and in which the Protestant army lost 5,000 or 6,000 men and a great part of their baggage. Before the action began, "2 gentlemen on the side of the Catholics, being in an out of the way spot, came to speech," said La Noue, "with some of the Protestant religion, there being certain ditches between them. Sirs, said they, we bear the marks of enemies, but we do not hate you in any wise, or your party. Warn the admiral to be very careful not to fight, for our army is marvellously strong by reason of re enforcements that have come into it, and it is very determined withal. Let the admiral temporize for a month only, for all the nobles have sworn and said to Monseigneur that they will not wait any longer, that he must employ them within that time, and they will then do their duty. Let the admiral remember that it is dangerous to stem the fury of Frenchmen, the which, however, will suddenly ooze away. If they have not victory speedily, they will be constrained to make peace, and will offer it you on advantageous terms. Tell him that we know this from a good source, and greatly desired to advertise him of it. Afterwards they retired. The others, continues La Noue, went incontinently to the admiral for to make their report, which was to his taste. They told it also to others of the principals, and some there were who desired that it should be acted upon; but the majority opined that this notice came from suspected persons, who had been accustomed to practice fraud and deceit, and that no account should be made of it." The latter opinion prevailed, and the battle of Moncontour was fought with extreme acrimony, especially on the part of the Catholics, who were irritated by the cruelties, as La Noue himself says, which the Protestants had but lately practised at the fight of La Roche l'Abeille. Coligny was wounded in the action, after having killed with his own hand the Marquis Philibert of Baden, and the melee had been so hot that the admiral's friends found great difficulty in extricating him and carrying him off the field to get his wound attended to. 3 weeks before the battle, on the 13th of September, Coligny had been sentenced to death by the Parliament of Paris, and hanged in effigy on the Place de Greve, and a reward of 50,000 gold crowns had been offered to whosoever should give him up to the king's justice, dead or alive, words added, it is said, to the decree at the desire of Charles IX. himself. Family sorrows were, in Coligny's case, added to political reverses. On the 27th of May, in this same year, 1569, he had lost his brother D'Andelot, his faithful comrade in his religious as well as his warlike career. "He found himself," says D'Aubigne, "saddled with the blame due to accident, his own merits being passed over in silence, with the remnant of an army which, when it was whole, was in despair even before the late disaster. With weak towns, dismayed garrisons, and foreigners without baggage, himself moneyless, his enemies very powerful, and pitiless towards all, especially towards him, abandoned by all the great except one woman, the Queen of Navarre, who, having nothing but the title, had advanced to Niort in order to lend a hand to the afflicted and to affairs in general. This old man, worn down by fever, endured all these causes of anguish and many others that came back to rack him more painfully than his grievous wound. As he was being borne along in a litter, Lestrange, an old nobleman, and one of his principal councillors, travelling in similar fashion and wounded likewise, had his own litter, where the road was broad, moved forward in front of the admiral's, and, putting his head out at the door, he looked steadily at his chief, saying, with tears in his eyes, 'Yet God is very merciful.' Thereupon they bade one another farewell, perfectly at one in thought, without being able to say more. This great captain confessed to his intimates that these few friendly words restored him, and set him up again in the way of good thoughts and firm resolutions for the future." He was so much restored that between the end of 1569 and the middle of 1570 he marched through the south and the centre of France the army which he had reorganized, and with which, wherever he went, he restored, if not security, at any rate confidence and zeal to his party. On arriving at Arnay-le-Duc, in Burgundy, he found himself confronted by Marshal de Cosse with 13,000 men of the king's troops. Coligny had barely half as many, but he did not hesitate to attack, and on the 13th of June, 1570, he was so near victory that the road was left open before him. On the 7th of July he arrived at Charette-sur-Loire. Alarm prevailed at Paris. A truce for 10 days was signed, and negotiations were reopened for a fresh attempt at peace. "If any one in these lamentable wars worked hard, both with body and mind," says La Noue, "it may be said to have been the admiral, for, as regards the greatest part of the burden of military affairs and hardships, it was he who supported them with much constancy and buoyancy. And he was as respectful in his bearing towards the princes his superiors as he was modest towards his inferiors. He always had piety in singular esteem, and a love of justice, which made him valued and honored by them of the party which he had embraced. He did not seek ambitiously for commands and honors; they were thrust upon him because of his competence and his expertness. When he handled arms and armies, he showed that he was very conversant with them, as much so as any captain of his day, and he always exposed himself courageously to danger. In difficulties he was observed to be full of magnanimity and resource in getting out of them, always showing himself quite free from swagger and parade. In short, he was a personage worthy to re establish an enfeebled and a corrupted state. I was fain to say these few words about him in passing, for, having known him and been much with him, and having profited by his teaching, I should have been wrong if I had not made truthful and honorable mention of him." End of section 39. Section 40 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 33. Charles IX. And the Religious Wars, 1560 to 1574, Part 6. The negotiations were short. The war had been going on for 2 years. The two parties, victorious and vanquished by turns, were both equally sick of it. In vain did Philip II., King of Spain, offer Charles IX. An aid of 9,000 men to continue it. In vain did Pope Pius V. write to Catherine de' Medici, "As there can be no communication between Satan and the children of the light, it ought to be taken for certain that there can be no compact between Catholics and heretics, save one full of fraud and feint." "We have beaten our enemies," says Montluc, "over and over again, but, notwithstanding that, they had so much influence in the king's council that the decrees were always to their advantage. We won by arms, but they won by those devils of documents." Peace was concluded at Saint Germain en Laye on the 8th of August, 1570, and it was more equitable and better for the Reformers than the preceding treaties. For, besides a pretty large extension as regarded free exercise of their worship and their civil rights in the state, it granted "for 2 years to the princes of Navarre and Conde and 20 noblemen of the religion, who were appointed by the king, the wardenship of the towns of La Rochelle, Cognac, Montauban, and La Charite, whither those of the religion who dared not return so soon to their own homes might retire." All the members of the Parliament, all the royal and municipal officers, and the principal inhabitants of the town where the two religions existed were further bound over on oath "to maintenance of the edict." Peace was made, but it was the third in 7 years, and very shortly after each new treaty civil war had recommenced. No more was expected from the treaty of Saint Germain en Laye than had been effected by those of Amboise and Longjumeau, and on both sides men sighed for something more stable and definitive. By what means to be obtained, and with what pledges of durability? A singular fact is apparent between 1570 and 1572: there is a season, as it were, of marriages and matrimonial rejoicings. Charles IX. Went to receive at the frontier of his kingdom his affianced bride, Archduchess Elizabeth of Austria, daughter of the Emperor Maximilian II., who was escorted by the Archbishop of Treves, chancellor of the empire. The nuptials were celebrated at Mezières on the 26th of November, 1570. The princes and great lords of the Protestant party were invited. They did not think it advisable to withdraw themselves from their asylum at La Rochelle; but Coligny wrote to the queen mother to excuse himself, whilst protesting his forgetfulness of the past and his personal devotion. 4 months afterwards, Coligny himself married again. It was 3 years since he had lost his noble wife, Charlotte de Laval, and he had not contemplated anything of the kind, when, in the concluding weeks of 1570, he received from the castle of Saint Andre de Briord, in Le Bugey, a letter from a great lady, 30 years of age, Jacqueline de Montbel, daughter of Count d'Entremont, herself a widow, who wrote to him "that she would fain marry a saint and a hero, and that he was that hero." "I am but a tomb," replied Coligny. But Jacqueline persisted, in spite of the opposition shown by her sovereign, Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, who did not like his fair subjects to marry foreigners; and in February, 1571, she furtively quitted her castle, dropped down the Rhone in a boat as far as Lyons, mounted on horseback, and, escorted by 5 devoted friends, arrived at La Rochelle. All Coligny's friends were urgent for him to accept this passionate devotion proffered by a lady who would bring him territorial possessions valuable to the Protestants, "for they were an open door to Geneva." Coligny accepted, and the marriage took place at La Rochelle on the 24th of March, 1571. "Madame Jacqueline wore on this occasion," says a contemporary chronicler, "a skirt in the Spanish fashion, of black gold tissue, with bands of embroidery in gold and silver twist, and above a doublet of white silver tissue embroidered in gold, with large diamond buttons." She was nevertheless at that moment almost as poor as the German arquebusier who escorted her litter, for an edict issued by the Duke of Savoy on the 31st of January, 1569, caused her the loss of all her possessions in her own country. She was received in France with the respect due to her; and when, 5 months after the marriage, Charles IX. Summoned Coligny to Paris, "to serve him in his most important affairs as a worthy minister, whose virtues were sufficiently known and tried," he sent at the same time to Madame l'Amirale a safe conduct in which he called her my fair cousin. Was there any one belonging to that august and illustrious household who had at that time a presentiment of their impending and tragic destiny? At the same period, the Queen of Navarre, Jeanne d'Albret, obtained for her young nephew, Henry de Bourbon, Prince of Conde, son of the hero of Jarnac, and companion of Henry of Navarre, the hand of his cousin, Mary of Cleves; and there was still going on in London, on behalf of one of Charles IX.'s brothers, at one time the Duke of Anjou and at another the Duke of Alençon, the negotiation which was a vain attempt to make Queen Elizabeth espouse a French prince. Coincidentally with all these marriages or projects of marriage amongst princes and great lords, came the most important of all, that which was to unite Henry of Navarre and Charles IX.'s sister, Marguerite de Valois. There had already, 13 or 14 years previously, been some talk about it, in the reign of King Henry II., when Henry of Navarre and Margaret de Valois, each born in 1553, were both of them mere babies. This union between the two branches of the royal house, one Catholic and the other Protestant, ought to have been the most striking sign and the surest pledge of peace between Catholicism and Protestantism. The political expediency of such a step appeared the more evident and the more urgent in proportion as the religious war had become more direful and the desire for peace more general. Charles IX. Embraced the idea passionately. At the outset he encountered an obstacle. The young Duke of Guise had already paid court to Marguerite, and had obtained such marked favor with her that the ambassador of Spain wrote to the king, "There is no public topic in France just now save the marriage of my lady Marguerite with the Duke of Guise." People even talked of a tender correspondence between the princess and the duke, which was carried on through one of the queen's ladies, the Countess of Mirandola, who was devoted to the Guises and a favorite with Marguerite. "If it be so," said Charles IX. savagely, "we will kill him." And he gave such peremptory orders on this subject that Henry de Guise, somewhat disquieted, avoided for a while taking part in the royal hunts, and thought it well that there should be resumed on his behalf a project of marriage with Catherine of Cleves, widow of the Prince of Porcien, or Le Porcien, and the wealthy heiress to some great domains, especially the countship of Eu. So long as he had some hope of marrying Marguerite de Valois, the Duke of Guise had repudiated, not without offensiveness, all idea of union with Catherine of Cleves. "Anybody who can make me marry the Princess of Porcien," said he, "could make me marry a negress." He nevertheless contracted this marriage, so greatly disdained, on the 4th of October, 1570, and at this price recovered the good graces of Charles IX. The queen mother charged the Cardinal Louis de Lorraine, him who the people called Cardinal Bottles, from his conviviality, to publicly give the lie to any rumor of a possible engagement between her daughter Marguerite and Henry de Guise, and a grand council of the kings, after 3 holdings, adopted in principle the marriage of Marguerite de Valois with "the little Prince of Bearn." Charles IX. at once set his hand to the work to turn this resolution to good account, being the only means, he said, of putting a stop at last to this incessantly renewed civil war, which was the plague of his life as well as of his kingdom. He first of all sent Marshal de Cosse to La Rochelle to sound Soligny as to his feelings upon this subject, and to urge him to thus cut short public woes and the Reformers' grievances. "The king has always desired peace," said the marshal; "he wishes it to be lasting; he has proved only too well, to his own misery and that of his people, that of all the evils which can inflict a state the most direful is civil war. But what means this withdrawal since the signing of peace at Saint Germain, of the Queen of Navarre and her children, of the Prince of Conde, and so many lords and distinguished nobles, still separated from their houses and their families, and collected together in a town like Rochelle, which has great advantages by land and sea for all those who would fain begin the troubles again? Why have they not returned home? During the hottest part of the war they ardently desired to see once more their houses, their wives, and their children; and now, when peace leaves them free to do so, they prefer to remain in a land which is in some sort foreign, and where, in addition to great expenses, they are deprived of the conveniences they would find at home. The king cannot make out such absurdity, or rather he is very apprehensive that this long stay means the hatching of some evil design." The Protestants defended themselves warmly against this supposition. They alleged, in explanation of their persistent disquietude, the very imperfect execution of the conditions granted by the peace of Saint Germain, and the insults, the attacks which they had still to suffer in many parts of the kingdom, and quite recently at Rouen and at Orange. The king attempted, without any great success, to repress these disorders amongst the populace. The Queen of Navarre, the two princes, Coligny, and many Protestant lords remained still at La Rochelle, where was being held at this time a general synod of the Reformed churches. Charles IX. sent thither Marshal de Biron, with formal orders to negotiate the marriage of Marguerite de Valois and the Prince of Navarre, and to induce that prince, his mother the Queen of Navarre, and Coligny to repair to the court in order to conclude the matter. The young prince was at that time in Warn. The queen, his mother, answered "that she would consult her spiritual advisers, and, as soon as her conscience was at rest, there were no conditions she would not accept with a view of giving satisfaction to the king and the queen, of marking her obedience and respect towards them, and of securing the tranquillity of the state, an object for which she would willingly sacrifice her own life. But," she added, "I would rather sink to the condition of the humblest damoiselle in France than sacrifice to the aggrandizement of my family my own soul and my son's." In September 1571 Charles IX. And the queen mother repaired to Blois, and at their urgent request Coligny went thither to talk over the projected marriage and the affairs of Europe. The king received him with emotional satisfaction, calling him my father, and saying to him, "Now we have you, and you shall not escape us when you wish to." Jeanne d'Albret, more distrustful, or, one ought rather to say, more clear sighted, refused to leave La Rochelle, and continued to negotiate vaguely and from a distance. Catherine de' Medici insisted. "Satisfy," she wrote to her, "the extreme desire we have to see you in this company. You will be loved and honored therein as accords with reason and with what you are." Jeanne still waited. It was only in the following year, at the end of January, that, having earnestly exhorted her son "to remain Bearnwards whilst she was at the court of France," she set out for Blois, where Charles IX. received her most affectionately, calling her my good aunt, my dear aunt, and lavishing upon her promises as well as endearments. Jeanne was a strict and a judicious person, and the manners and proceedings of the court at Blois displeased her. On the 8th of March, 1572, she wrote to her son, "I find it necessary to negotiate quite contrariwise to what I had expected and what had been promised me. I have no liberty to speak to the king or my Lady Marguerite, only to the queen mother, who treats me as if I were dirt. Seeing, then, that no advance is made, and that the desire is to make me hurry matters, and not conduct them orderly, I have thrice spoken thereof to the queen, who does nothing but make a fool of me, and tell everybody the opposite of what I told her. In such sort that my friends find fault with me, and I know not how to bring her to book; for when I say to her, 'Madame, it is reported that I said so and so to you,' though it was she herself who reported it, she denies it flatly, and laughs in my face, and uses me in such wise that you might really say that my patience passes that of Griselda. Thenceforward I have a troop of Huguenots who come to converse with me, rather for the purpose of being spies upon me than of assisting me. Then I have some of another humor, who hamper me no less, and who are religious hermaphrodites. I defend myself as best I may. I am sure that if you only knew the trouble I am in, you would have pity upon me; for they give me empty speeches and raillery instead of treating with me gravely, as the matter deserves; in such sort that I am bursting, because I am so resolved not to lose my temper that my patience is a miracle to see. I found your letter very much to my taste. I will show it to my Lady Marguerite if I can. She is beautiful and discreet, and of good demeanor, but brought up in the most accursed and most corrupt society that ever was. I would not, for anything in the world, have you here to remain here. That is why I desire to get you married, and you and your wife withdraw from this corruption; for though I believed it to be very great, I find it still more so. Here it is not the men who solicit the women, it is the women who solicit the men. If you were here, you would never escape without a great deal of God's grace." Side by side with this motherly and Christianly scrupulous negotiation, Coligny set on foot another, noble and dignified also, but even less in harmony with the habits and bent of the government which it concerned. The Puritan warrior was at the same time an ardent patriot. He had at heart the greatness of France as much as he had his personal creed. The reverses of Francis I. and the preponderance of Spain in Europe oppressed his spirit with a sense of national decadence, from which he wanted France to lift herself up again. The moment appeared to him propitious. Let the king ally himself with Queen Elizabeth of England, the Prince of Orange in the Low Countries, and the Protestant princes of Germany. Here was for France a certain guarantee of power in Europe, and at the same time a natural opportunity for conquering Flanders, a possession so necessary to her strength and her security. But high above this policy, so thoroughly French, towered a question still more important than that of even the security and the grandeur of France. That was the partition of Europe between Catholicism and Protestantism; and it was in a country Catholic in respect of the great majority, and governed by a kingship with which Catholicism was hereditary, that, in order to put a stop to civil war between French Catholics and Protestants, Coligny pressed the king to put himself at the head of an essentially Protestant coalition, and make it triumphant in Europe. This was, in the 16th century, a policy wholly chimerical, however patriotic its intention may have been; and the French Protestant hero who recommended it to Charles IX. Did not know that Protestantism was on the eve of the greatest disaster it would have to endure in France. A fact of a personal character tended to mislead Coligny. By his renown, by the loftiness of his views, by the earnest gravity of his character and his language, he had produced a great effect upon Charles IX. A young king of warm imagination and impressible and sympathetic temperament, but at the same time of weak judgment. He readily gave way, in Coligny's company, to outpourings which had all the appearance of perfect and involuntary frankness. "Speaking one day to the admiral about the course of conduct to be adopted as to the enterprise against Flanders, and well knowing that the queen mother lay under his suspicion, 'My dear father,' said he, 'there is one thing herein of which we must take good heed, and that is, that the queen my mother, who likes to poke her nose everywhere, as you know, learn nothing of this enterprise, at any rate as regards the mainspring of it, for she will spoil all for us. As you please, sir, but I take her to be so good a mother and so devoted to the welfare of your kingdom that when she knows of it she will do nothing to spoil it.' 'You are mistaken, my dear father,' said the king; 'leave it to me only. I see quite well that you do not know my mother; she is the greatest meddler in all the world.'" Another time, when he was speaking likewise to Teligny, Coligny's son in law, about this enterprise against Flanders, the king said, "Wouldst have me speak to thee freely, Teligny? I distrust all these gentry; I am suspicious of Tavannes' ambition. Vieilleville loves nothing but good wine. Cosse is too covetous. Montmorency cares only for his hunting and hawking. The Count de Retz is a Spaniard. The other lords of my court and those of my council are mere blockheads. My secretaries of state, to hide nothing of what I think, are not faithful to me; insomuch that, to tell the truth, I know not at what end to begin." This tone of freedom and confidence had inspired Coligny with reciprocal confidence. He believed himself to have a decisive influence over the king's ideas and conduct; and when the Protestants testified their distrust upon this subject, he reproached them vehemently for it. He affirmed the king's good intentions and sincerity; and he considered himself, in fact, said Catherine de' Medici with temper, "a second king of France." How much sincerity was there about these outpourings of Charles IX. In his intercourse with Coligny, and how much reality in the admiral's influence over the king? We are touching upon that great historical question which has been so much disputed. Was the St. Bartholomew a design, long ago determined upon and prepared for, of Charles IX. And his government, or an almost sudden resolution, brought about by events and the situation of the moment, to which Charles IX. Was egged on, not without difficulty, by his mother Catherine and his advisers? Section 40.